Year 73, month 2 a few days after the heroes left. Subsidiary tree, unlocked 30 additional trees. Used together with my natural tree spirit powers to stimulate plant growth, a small forest emerged around me. Though all these new smaller trees look like separate trees above ground, they were actually a part of me. These subsidiary trees were linked underground via rootnet, and they served a few functions. Each separate tree unlocked one customizable branch. They also collected a few resources. The immediate impact from a small forest was, of course, happier elves. Well, Jura was happy for a few other reasons. As a result of his involvement in the battle with the 3 demon champions, he gained a level, and more importantly, the level removed his curse. It seemed that growth could overcome such curses naturally. The elves were happy mainly because the additional trees reminded them of a time before the burning of Frika, before demonic stampedes razed this place to the ground. Frika was once surrounded by forests, and the forests were once home to many natural creatures the elves hunted, and many herbs they used extensively in their cooking. I tried to regrow the surrounding area multiple times, but before the trees managed to grow big, there would inevitably be a demon attack, and these regular trees just didn't stand a chance. These subsidiary trees, however, seemed to inherit some of my resistance and defensive qualities, and so I hoped they would last a lot longer. The 30 extra trees formed 2 circles around me, 6 trees in the inner circle and 24 in the outer circle. It feels like a wall. Jura looked around. It is meant to be a wall. Indeed, the layer of demon-resistant trees was my idea of a defensive formation like a basic rampart. These trees, do they do something? Laufen asked as Lausanne walked by her side. As we had 3 younger elven children, Lausanne, Brislech, and Wallen, I converted one of the inner trees into a playroom. The secret hideout for my main tree didn't have much space as it functioned mostly as the actual living quarters, the food store, the lab, and the medical area. Oh, and there was a small pool. These elven kids had seen too much pain and death, and I thought maybe a proper play area would bring a greater sense of normalcy into their lives. I equipped the playroom with a small slide, a few different toys, and some racks and small chairs made using my wood-forming magic. Ah, children, such innocent souls. I wondered how a child's soul would look, and Lausanne was still too small, but Brislach volunteered for the dip. It turned out that a child's soul was quite similar to Jura's, with one notable exception. The earth or the body was soft. The spring that poured out water seemed inconsistent. Brislach's soul, at strange times, surged and then shrank. It was as if the soul itself wasn't yet stable. When do children start practicing magic? OHIT differs by culture. Laufen and Jura sat around and explained. Some cultures believed it was best to let the body mature before attempting to draw out mana, and so, for them, the exposure to magic would be quite late, like some started in their mid-teens. Some cultures believed it was better to be exposed early and let mana flow more freely in the body. And different societies expose them differently. It is not as if there is one standard way of doing so, and of course, the bodies of different people are also very different. People all over the world may learn the same spell, but the body's elemental preference and natural stats can change how that translates into the real world. In fact, the only somewhat uniformly agreed skill that appears the same way is the most basic of spells, Spark. Even that, from what I hear, doesn't apply to heroes. I suppose the shape of the body, the way that water flowed from the soul to the body, caused that difference. Wallen was next, and I saw more of the same. There were some differences in the details, but structurally they were similar to Brislach. Actually, I now wondered, what about me? I was a tree spirit, but I definitely thought I had a soul, and I wondered whether it was possible to look at myself the way I peeked into others. I tried, and nope. I couldn't see myself. though I possessed a wide array of menus, indicators, and measures on these menus. Oh, well, maybe someday I would get some kind of reflection-ish ability. But then again, menus were supposed to be more accurate. After all, they quantified everything into a number or a status. But my recent experience with these souls did highlight some of the limitations of these menus and dashboards. Numbers were rigid. Compared to my vision of one soul, the ability to visualize the flowing water through the body, these visual experiences explained how everything was linked and how the body interacted with the kind of energies it produced. Anyway, back to the children and my newfound tree mates. With 30 new extra customizable branches, I reserved the innermost trees for the elves. With the inner 6 trees, one became a playpen for the kids, and 2 more trees functioned as extra rooms for the elves and perhaps future visitors. This was to create some separation, and I wanted my secret hideout to remain secure. I left 3 more trees in the inner ring empty for now. This was partly due to the process of converting one occupied customizable branch to another type took a month, even though the first change from a blank tree took only a day. As for the 24 trees of the outer ring, I designated one tree as a kennel for the woodhounds, 14 for various extraction functions such as essences and minerals, and 5 trees served as housing for insect warriors. This spawned an additional 15 insect warriors into my service. I left another 4 unused for future expansion. Perhaps I would get some kind of defensive option in the future. Then I could assign these unused 4 to new roles quickly. I designated quite a few of these subsidiary trees with customizable branches for essence extraction, because Wisp claimed that essence was one of the key materials for the Soul Forge. Still, even now, the Soul Forge wasn't operational. The Soul Forge needed a power source. With the 2 rings of trees completed, the elves happily walked around and explored the place. This was an expanded, safe area. Jura immediately took one of the extra rooms, and the 2 young elves, Emil and Belle, took the other. Lawfin and the children remained in the secret hideout. Unfortunately, the only toilet and washroom were in the secret hideout. Perhaps a common public bath could be made later. Tree, will these rooms grow? Maybe. I don't really know. I wondered whether these trees could level up, because if they could, then I could give them more options. But I thought it was quite unlikely as they were connected to me. Didn't seem to make sense that these separated trees could have their own experience and levels. Oh well. Belle shook her leg as she sat on her new mattress. In the room shared by the 2 elven girls, there were 3 single-sized beds and a few cabinets. It was a fairly large room, and there were windows with a view of the main tree. These rooms looked like they were carved out of the trees themselves. Emil checked out her new cabinets. She was quite happy she could move her clothes out of her wooden chest in the hideout and into proper cabinets. You think the heroes will defeat the Demon King? Emil sat on the other mattress and asked Belle. Yeah, of course they will. They are heroes. Not as good-looking as I'd hoped, though. Well, I guess history paints heroes with a whole lot of makeup. Belle laughed and rolled on her new bed. The mattress was made with old clothes stuffed inside. Emil stood and looked out one of the windows and saw a few of the new trees. They were home to the giant beetles and had hollowed-out trunks. A few of the creatures rested around their trees. The beetles were magically linked to Tree, even if they fed on the sap their trees produced. She felt a little tingle and instinctual fear. It was weird to be so near these giant beetles, but they were minions, creations of the tree spirit. Jura walked in. The design of the rooms is the same. Oh, hey, Jura. Settling in already? Yeah, finally, a space outside. Yeah, tree spirits are amazing. I knew from the elves that there were other tree spirits around the world with similar powers, and some of these ancient tree spirits managed to elude the wrath of the demons by escaping. They tell stories of how some of these legendary trees created mystical forests that were able to disappear temporarily. The methods the denizens of the world used to survive and outlast the demons were quite interesting. Some chose to disappear and some chose to be constantly on the move. Year 73, Month 3, Week 2. Demon King Andros has been defeated. Maximilian Powell has died. Mila Adams has died. Hendrik Mathers has died. Frey Asian has died. Gunnar Forrest has died. Peter Schmiel has died. Fang Wei has died. Omar West has died. Sally Ann Courtless has died. Reese Witherfork has died. You received 10 fragments. You now have a total of 66 fragments. You gained 4 levels. You are now level 114. Tree familiar abilities upgraded. Skill, defensive dome obtained. Customizable branch option unlocked. Shield generator. Soul tree range greatly expanded. IT started with a set of pop-ups and then I had a very, very bad feeling and I asked all the elves to hide. They didn't know why yet, but they trusted my commands. I activated all the defensive measures that came with the higher levels, and indeed there was something that came. There was a small delay of about an hour after the notification, and then a strong wind swept across the entire area. It felt like the shockwave from a faraway explosion, and it brought searing, hot air. Thankfully, the winds had weakened considerably after all the distance traveled. What the hell was that? Jura exclaimed as he watched the trees sway and almost topple from the winds. The Demon King has died, and I think some kind of massive explosion happened. Oh, the elves clapped their hand. That's great news, and the heroes died as well. Oh, that's sad, but that's great news too. Jura frowned and then laughed. What? Why? The other elves looked at Jura. Surviving heroes tend to create political chaos after the demon threats are nullified. Actually, quite a few of the human kingdoms and empires we see today are descended from heroes. So heroes, while necessary, create a whole lot of wars and fighting after that. So what next? What would you do to prepare for the next Demon King? I asked. The elves paused. Oh, wait. I thought elves, being long-lived creatures, usually plan things out. Jura and Lawfen glanced at each other. Well, we concentrated on our day-to-day lives. Sometimes we worked and sometimes we trained, or we would spend our time looking after the kids. We don't think much about the next Demon King. If it happens, it happens. The kings and emperors, senior priests, and all the rulers worry about such stuff. Those words reminded me of people stuck in dead-end jobs, unable to see the bigger picture because they were just faced with deadline after deadline at work. They were so busy surviving they didn't have the capacity to think or plan for longer-term events. And even if we think about it, the Demon King is so powerful that whatever plans we make aren't going to work. Well, that's fair. If it's not something you had the ability to change, there's really no use worrying about it. At that point, it was the children who spoke up. Brislech and Wallen laughed and said, "If we could be heroes, then we could beat the Demon King." That was actually the idea. If we could beat the Demon King, then we need not worry about the problems it created. And I wanted to try that idea. Would it be possible to make someone into a hero? I wondered whether Soul Forge had that sort of ability, but first, I needed to get my Soul Forge online. Year 73, Month 3, Week 3T. News of the Demon King's death took a while to spread, as not everyone possessed a nice notification in their menus like I did. The elves said that, where the Demon King perished, the land was sometimes warped by the mixture of his demonic magic and the natural magic in the area, and this created a special type of mana crystal known as demolite. Demolite was a valuable resource as it could only be found at the sites where the Demon Kings died, and the number of mana crystals created after the death of each Demon King was finite. It was highly valued for its ability to store mana in large quantities, therefore making it useful for high mana requirement spells, rituals, and generally as a source of power for large, long-range weapons. Adventurers also used them as a sort of reusable mana potion, as they lacked the pain and side effects from using too many potions. The crystals stored the heroes' mana, which they could withdraw later on. This meant the period immediately after the Demon King's death was usually a mad rush to the site to harvest these minerals. It was for these reasons that some adventurers had a secondary mission given by their countries, which was to observe and inform their benefactors of the location of the Demon King's demise and harvest these crystals. It wasn't easy to mine such minerals, despite the fact these crystalline structures were usually scattered all over the surface. The dense mana pools usually attracted leftover demons, stimulated the spawning of large monsters, and had a tendency to generate unusual weather or environmental effects. Demolite was valuable, but what really got kings and countries to send large armies to seize control of the areas was for the chance to find a very rare object. The last remains of each demon king were supposedly small, finger-sized horns, known as the Horns of Eternity. Ground into powder and consumed, it restored one's youth, extended one's life significantly, and depending on compatibility gained access to a special type of magic known as chaos magic. That said, in recent times, no one had ever found one, and so they remained an elusive artifact. Some said only certain demon kings generated it, and some others said it was nothing more than a myth. With this as our backdrop, we had our next human encounter. Airship. The elves pointed to an object in the sky. Oh, a magical airship. I was amazed that these things existed in this world after all. From what little I'd seen so far, this world mostly relied on land-based transportation, so I was fairly surprised by the airship. The airship was a small one and it zoomed ahead quickly. At this point, Jura looked up. That airship, huh? They belonged to the Sala kingdom that attacked us. It brought up memories of their cruel act where they burned the entire village. I felt anger. That was a kingdom I didn't want to benefit. I realized I couldn't attack it at range as my root strike certainly didn't reach that high. If only I had some kind of lasso. I would work on that for next time. Perhaps flying insects, too. As I reviewed my arsenal, I thought about whether my fruits could possibly hit the airship if I fired them. Perhaps I could create exploding fruits, too, like explosive mangrove seeds. I created a bunch of corrosive fruits, and right as it flew overhead, I unleashed a huge barrage of fruits. The fruits smashed into the underbelly of the airship. It shook in midair from the impact, and then it started to lose altitude like it was about to crash. The airship shuddered, but somehow they performed a controlled landing. The airship skidded to a landing, and then once it came to a complete stop, about 6 drowsy, partly injured men popped out. What the hell happened? One of them asked as he staggered out. He seemed like a fairly experienced adventurer. We were attacked. Something hit us with these things. Another guy pointed at the remains of the corrosive fruit stuck on the bottom half of the hull. It was riddled with splattered fruit. There's only that bunch of trees. Do you think something is in there? Of course it is. What else could it be? Let's go check it out. The 6 men took out their weapons and approached the outer trees. They approached carefully, but once they got closer and all were within range, my roots surged out of the ground and wrapped their bodies like multiple pythons. They screamed, but my roots and vines were able to hold back a demon champion. They struggled. My beetles charged out and snatched their weapons. Some dropped to the ground. Weaponless and restrained, I wondered what I should do with them. Kill them. At that point, I wondered whether all men of the kingdom of Sala were the same. Maybe these men were unaware of the atrocities their compatriots committed. Tie them up and interrogate them. Find out what they want. I mentally spoke to Jura. Jura took my extra-strong paralyzing sap and fed all of them except one. It caused the 5 men who had a taste of the bitter sap to shiver and convulse like they were electrocuted. They fainted soon after. The last man, the oldest and the one who seemed to be in charge, stared at Jura. What the fuck are you doing? You belong to the Sala kingdom and they destroyed this village some time ago. I'm just taking revenge. The man's eyes widened. I had nothing to do with it. Really? Jura shrugged. That's what everyone says, but I might spare your life if you're cooperative. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The beetle carried the remaining 5 men into a wooden cell, one of the extra customizable branches. Essentially, it was a room but with no windows and a door that could only be opened from the outside. After all, as these were my trees, I had full control over who was able to access them. There were vines inside that held their bodies. So, do you want to cooperate? Fine. What do you want to know? Good. The group of beetles transported the damaged airship and moved it to the space between my main tree and the sub-trees. I would take a closer look at it later. I found the idea of having my own airship appealing, even if I couldn't use it. Year 73, Month 3, Week 4T, adventurers were still alive, and my routine involved putting them under the microscope. I observed certain differences in the human body compared to elves, and this was most apparent in the nature of the water of their souls. The elves had a very slight greenish tinge to them, and it seemed to explain the elves' natural disposition toward nature-based magics, and why it was harder for them to use magics that contradicted this natural disposition. Humans generally had clear, colorless water. After a week of being in and out of the biolab pods, they had gone slightly crazy, and it seemed like they were hallucinating. Perhaps it was the sleep-inducing elements I injected into them via the nourishing branches. Are we going to keep them here forever? The younger elves complained, but they still put up with it because they were monitored by beetles and restrained by the vines. Well, I planned to dispose of them eventually. But for now, they were useful. If the soul forge was that powerful, I had to establish an understanding of what the soul was. Jura grinned, a part of it colored by his hatred of past events. I would like to fight them one-on-one. Maybe I could set up a match between Jura and them and allow them to fight for their fate. But what if he lost? No, if he lost, it would be a problem. Fine. If they win, they go free. Jura gulped, but he was the best fighter the elf village had, even more so with all the additional levels from the recent battles. Let them know, one-on-one, if they win, they go free, and if they lose, they die. The adventurers were more than happy with such a challenge, and so they agreed. So the next day, the captain faced Jura just outside the ring of trees. I would still be able to easily kill them with a root strike, so I wasn't too concerned. The battle started with both the captain and Jura staring at each other as they readied their weapons. Start. Lawfen was flanked by about 6 beetles as she started the match. She shook her head. To her, this was a silly thing. The 2 men traded sword strikes, but it was soon clear Jura was a lot stronger. I figured as much, as my investigations into the human body didn't suggest anything special. The adventurer tried a few dodgy tricks, a poison dagger, a random hidden weapon, but they all failed. Jura, as an elven warrior, had fought adventurers many times in the past, so such tricks were not new to him. One slash from Jura and the battle ended. All in, the battle was mostly posturing for a good 3 to 5 minutes. The actual fighting was shorter, barely 2 minutes, and that was it. So the human adventurers died. Year 73, Month 4, Week 2, peace and quiet. It was lovely. Rather than killing the remaining adventurers with a root strike, I felt like trying something different. I used my root's natural absorption abilities, and I drained them into nothing but a husk. With the new weapons and items collected from the adventurers, the elves could practice different kinds of fighting, which they would eventually need. It dawned on me that I would need new skills and abilities soon. One alternative to the Soul Forge was to power it myself, but that would require a tremendous amount of energy, and so I explored how to store energy. The system gave me a solution. It came in the form of a potato. Tree ability, create tuberous storage. A potato that stores energy. Year 73, Month 4, Week 3, need tuber for every customizable branch. In total, that was 40 potatoes. My main body had grown and had room for 10 customizable branches, and 30 for each of the subsidiary trees. These regular-sized potatoes were now my standard unit for energy. The energy cost of my Soul Forge activities would be measured in potato units, poo. I suspected, as with all units of measurements in a world with game-like mechanics, they would go obsolete very soon. Maybe in a decade or two, I would be using megapus or gigapus. Aside from my experiments on energy storage, we noticed a group of returning refugees. Displaced by the demonic invasion, these men and women sought to return to their old homes, to rebuild and to see what was left. Their expression was a mix of fear, excitement, relief, and worry. I didn't blame them. Returning after so long, there was a lot to think about. They probably lost a lot to the demons, and yet they still wanted to return. They didn't approach us and continued their journey. I wonder how everyone else is, those from our village. Lawfen sat on one of the flat roots that linked the main tree to the other trees. Jura sat a small distance away, opposite her. They are now in the Elven Kingdom. I'd like to think they are fine. Jura nodded, but he was probably faking the optimism. Not many survived the journey, and restarting their lives in a foreign land was hard, even with skills and levels. Do you think they will come back? If they know what we have, yes. Jura patted the wood. It was like a table. There were a lot of things I wanted to do. One of them was to make contact with other spirits. I thought about extending the range of my rootnet so I could find them, but it was a difficult exercise, and they were probably very far away. So it was important to locate other spirits and find a way to link up. The elves didn't remember where the nearest tree spirit was, and it was possible that not all tree spirits were known. Rumor said those attuned to nature could sense their presence, and so I wondered whether I sensed my fellow spirits. Then I got a call from Wisp. "Hello," Wisp floated, surrounded by multiple other floating souls. They glowed like little balls of white light, and they orbited Wisp. "Oh, hi, Wisp." One of the little balls stopped and floated right in front of me. "Tree spirit." "Huh, oh, was this like Jua?" I immediately took a better look and noticed this ball was different. Its glow pulsed and the color was different, a slightly bluish tone. "One of your heroes. Unlike the others, there is something that held it back from returning to the gods." "So you are heroes." "Ah, well, heroes were supposed to be special. Their spirits belong to the gods. Mila died. How? Her soul is in pretty bad shape. Whatever caused her death had to be really bad. Souls, even those of the gods, naturally decay when they are unprotected, and so it's actually amazing this soul made the journey here." Wisp floated. "You'll need Soul Forge to repair her." "Why?" I asked Mila's ball of light. "Promise, help, tree spirit." My guess was it followed the path of the familiars attached to it, or else it would have given up and returned to the gods. She seems to hold rather strong emotions of a debt to you, so she returned. Ah, it was a bit like Jua, but for Mila it was her promise. I needed to figure out how all this worked. "Okay, will it decay further?" "Nope. Now that it's in your soul realm, the decay has stopped." "I see. It seemed to me that everything related to souls must start with a functional soul forge. Can I ask what happened?" "Demon King, explode, die." Mila's soul bobbed up and down. "Oh, okay. I think that's all it can manage for now." Wisp stopped me from going further. "You can talk to her again tomorrow. Her soul energy is exhausted and she needs rest." Mila moved away and the other souls followed. "The rest of these lights, are they the other reincarnators?" I asked, but I noticed the other souls didn't look like Mila's. They were ordinary. "No, just random souls that died within your range. You get a lot of these." They were drawn to me, kind of like a magnet. "Don't these souls have information I can use?" If they could talk like Jua, that meant I could get a constant stream of information so long as people died. Maybe, but you need Soul Forge to squeeze it out of them. Seriously. Must everything be dependent on Soul Forge? No, you can also get a skill, but you're not there yet. Spend more time in the soul realm, you might learn something. Wisp then whooshed away. Year 73, Month 4, Week 4 are refugees and adventurers. These two groups had somewhat aligned interests. Refugees wanted to return to their old homes, while adventurers wanted to check out what was left behind. From the many demon battles, those who perished sometimes left valuable items behind that were useless to demons. The adventurers needed the refugees' knowledge of their areas to help find where people used to live and the location of common haunts. Perhaps they were here to raid any abandoned castles. We saw 4 batches of refugees, mostly humans, and then one odd lizardman. Too bad the lizardman didn't get close to our location. I would have loved to put him under the scope. These groups mostly avoided me. It seemed a gigantic tree surrounded by 2 rings of trees must appear scary. I did some thinking and came up with 3 categories of threats I needed to prepare for. The first threat was the nearby kingdoms. The kingdoms would eventually want to restore their rule over the land, and they would come back and claim this place. If their army came here, I would need to be prepared to face an army easily larger than before. I would also need to include their adventurers as well, those who may see myself as a prize, a bounty, or a monster to be slain. It was likely there were kingdoms and adventurers that didn't see tree spirits as something that needed to be protected. My experience with the Gaia temples said as much. The second threat was the non-demonic monsters. I had it easy with my various buffs against demons, but with the demons gone, that meant we would return to facing the regular monsters. So far, I could handle most of the regular monsters, but if there were greater monsters, then I wasn't so sure. There might be dragons or monsters of that level, which might now be attracted to my larger size. I wasn't convinced of my odds if a fire-breathing dragon came my way. The last threat was obviously the returning Demon King. From past trends, it seemed to be a 10-year cycle, and I wasn't sure whether 10 years was enough time to prepare. I also wanted to know whether I could somehow influence the return of the Demon King. Perhaps the rift size influenced the Demon King's return or something. If I could figure out how to push the time back even by a year or 2, that might allow more options. Or maybe I could even push it back indefinitely. The kingdoms were the immediate threat, of course, and I would like to get back at the Sala Kingdom more for what they did to the elves. I thought about how to deal with a conventional army and concluded that I would need a large amount of area effect abilities. A standing army of my own, perhaps in the form of a large beetle army or a large group of converted woodhounds, and also some camouflage or ambush-like abilities to take out unprepared forces. The peace among nations was held together through fear of the big, bad guy, the Demon King, and once it was dead, the cracks naturally emerged. The period after the Demon King was usually followed by all sorts of rebellions, coups, power grabs, and so on. Against this backdrop of political turmoil, I could offer protection from demons as part of a strategy to gather supporters and rebuild Frika. Against non-demonic monsters, my hopes were on the elves, Jura in particular. I would need to get them to the point where they could handle regular monsters, but I would still be stumped if I ever encountered dragons or other powerful flying beasts. My existing anti-air options were limited or close to non-existent, and my fire resistances may or may not apply against dragon fire, but I hoped I didn't have to find out. For Demon Kings, I honestly didn't know where to start. First, I figured that needed data what was written and recorded in books about the Demon King, so I wanted to find libraries, scribes, historians, and other trees of knowledge if there were such things. Tree. Emil snapped me out of my thoughts. The elves could call out to me anywhere around my main tree and I could receive it. The range of my telepathic communication widened with my subsidiary trees. Yes. Can you put your smaller trees anywhere? Must they be next to you? Good question. I didn't think about that at all. The moment I got the ability, I just instinctively placed them around me. Subsidiary trees can be placed anywhere so long as it remains connected to your root network. Each subsidiary tree also extends your root network. Thank you, Mr. System. It was like a build-range thing commonly seen in strategy games. My subsidiary trees were essentially pylons. Why do you ask, Emil? Oh, I thought it'll be cool if we could have a room to stay at the end of every day's journey. If we were on a journey, I'm just daydreaming. Emil laughed and rolled on her bed. Or maybe the trees could become a wall or something. Spacing out the trees like electrical pylons was an interesting idea since my vision was shared by my trees. Or maybe they'll be like the magical twin trees of the old Elara. There were these two spiritual trees that were apparently twins, and they had a connected portal that allowed a person to move between the trees. Well, thanks for the idea, Emil. Maybe I'll get there someday. Year 73, Month 5, Week 1, I was trying to find out whether my leaves could act as some kind of energy generator since I discovered the potato storage. In a way, a solar panel battery combination. If this world was a game, I thought it should be possible, but I wasn't sure what I was missing to get them. There should be a more efficient and higher output design and construction. Leaves generated food, and the tubers functioned as storage of the food, and if the leaves produced more, the tubers refilled quicker. Maybe I was missing certain kinds of minerals. I was also stuck with Soul Forge, but this time, at least I knew what I was missing. To fire it up for the first time, 1,000 potato units poo. Subsequent use depends on the type of forging or changes you are making. It was rather weird that the system used my terminology. I suspected it had some ability to adapt to our norms and indicators. Then again, if the system supported heroes coming over from entirely different worlds, surely it had some ability to translate words, norms, and jargon. Anyway, from what I calculated so far, I currently had 40 potatoes underground. Each of my trees generated 1 poo, and my main body generated 10 poo. So if I combined my existing production and released my stored energy, I could hit 80 poo. 920 poo to go. I needed to figure out how to close that gap. The elves, using their mana, could each produce about 1 poo to 3 poo worth of energy. In the scheme of things, their contribution was relatively negligible. I also compared the potatoes against the storage capacity of the Demolite. I wanted to know why everyone was looking to get some. There are a fair few souls coming. Wisp bobbed and floated in my soul realm. Lately, it looked like a firefly park. I wondered whether there was a capacity. No, there's no limit. If I kill someone, do I get their soul? If they are strong and hold strong emotions against you, no. Otherwise, there's a high chance you would. Most souls lose most of their worldly bindings and don't really care what spirit tree or spirit being captures them. Why don't all the souls with my familiars float back to me? I wondered whether he knew, but I suspected it was just random chance. There's quite a bit of randomness involved. Proximity, luck, the manner of death, whether there are other soul trees nearby, a lot of things influence it. The ideal situation for you to absorb a soul is to repeat what happened with Jua. In short, they need to die right next to you on their own. Killing them or a painful death reduces those odds. In their case, their actual soul still needs to go on to their next life, but that waiting time is spent with you. So will Mila move on to the next life too? She should, as it is the way of the world, but other worlders are special. I am not aware whether their rules are different. In any case, the damage her soul received currently prevents her from moving on. So there were plenty of souls unable to move on. A gruesome death sometimes damaged the soul and released dark energy that might create haunted places or manifest as evil spirits. Spiritual intermediaries, such as tree spirits, exorcists, evokers, spiritualists, or certain types of places of worship, came in to control such negative energies and manage these wayward souls. Year 73, Month 5, Week 2 IT was getting hot. The small patch of crops the elves planted around the trees were doing well, their growth augmented by my presence. There were multiple wooden pots, made from wood magic, hanging around all the branches and also on the floor, and they contained herbs and local spices. There was also a small patch that cultivated edible potatoes and corn. Harvest should happen soon, at least for this batch. Now that we were a small forest of trees, Jura practiced his tree jumping. Elven archers usually jumped from tree to get into their firing position. Previously, with only one tree, he didn't have anywhere to jump. It was also a little silly since he couldn't use a bow with his arm out of commission. The kids wanted to follow what he was doing, but it was too dangerous, so Laufen kept them in the playpen. Lausanne was at that mimicry stage, and even with her size, she tried to climb the trees. Also, one random day, I acquired a new skill, or actually an upgrade of an existing skill. Customizable branches upgraded. New customizable branch option. Harvestable products obtained. Options are cotton, maple syrup, oranges, olives. Expanded options will be available with higher levels or when new types of fruit are studied in the biolab. Ah man, I didn't feel like using the inner ring of trees or the main tree's available branches for that, so that left the 4 outer ring trees for this function. So I asked the elves for their opinions. For us, we'd like cotton. We'll get to make new mattresses, new clothes, and new pillows. We already have rather tasty fruits, Laufen and Bell answered. If we see more travelers, maybe there will be merchants too. Olives and syrup should sell quite well. We can get money. Money. That would be interesting. I still wanted to leave some of the outer trees available, so I chose one of the trees for cotton and another for olives. The 2 chosen trees entered a sort of hibernation stage, and I sensed their inner body start to change. In fact, as I reached out to one, a pop-up appeared in my head. Transforming to produce chosen products, please wait 3 days. Well, that's not long. With the merchant thing, though, I assumed I would scare them if I spoke directly into their head. We'll do it, the 3 ladies, Laufen, Emile, and Belle, volunteered. We used to buy and sell stuff with merchants, so I think we can handle it. All right, then. Olives for sale. Year 73, Month 5, Week 4 2 trees completed their transformation and started production immediately, and each tree produced 1 cartload of olives and 1 bale of cotton per week. The elves needed a storeroom, so for now they stored the harvested goods within the secret hideout. The cotton was rather raw, so the elves and kids helped with processing it into a more usable form, which would take quite a while. In some places of the world, magic was used to process these raw cottons. As for the olives, they were harvested in their fruit form and would be pressed for olive oil later. The elves said these oils were rather expensive since they didn't grow everywhere. The quality of these 2 produces was average, and I supposed that was because I just acquired the skill for them. Perhaps I would get the ability to produce higher quality produce at a later date. The arrival of the additional crops made the elves busier, and somehow it cheered them up. It reminded them of proper village life where everyone had work to do. Even if it was tiring to clean and process the cotton or press the olives with the wooden press, the elves found purpose, comfort, and even pleasure in these chores. Occasionally, there were still some stray packs of hellhounds and other monsters, but they were easily disposed of by the beetle group. Then came an odd bunch. They were like adventurers but different. Bless the nameless mother, druids. They seemed extremely interested, and so they moved closer. These trees, they look untouched by the demon's destruction. Indeed, the gods are kind, for some lands are preserved. As the elves hid, Laufen shook her head. I was worried. Druids were not a group I liked to deal with, and I just remembered being moved twice. Who are these people? I asked the hidden elves. It looks like there are people living here. one of the druids muttered as the rest caught up. A man wearing a strange wig with a necklace of multiple tiny bones, claws, and feathers looked and pointed at me. He reminded me of a shaman or witch doctor, and he carried a wooden staff decorated with small skulls and bones. Spirit sign. Oh, another man came up next to him. He wore a long, flowing white cloak and hood and resembled a priest. That explains it. Shall we leave? The shaman asked, and the others nodded. Yes, yes, this place doesn't need our help. Wait, wait. The super excited first guy interjected. I think there are elves here. Yes, so, isn't there a bounty on elves? No, the shaman shook his head. No elf hunting. Don't let the king hear that, another of his companions chimed in as he rode up next to him. He's no king. Okay, we're not having this conversation. Let's go, let's go. One of them got in between the shaman and the other member of the party and tried to break up their conversation. We've got plenty more to do. The shaman nodded and they moved on. I felt relieved to see them go. Year 73, month 6, week 2. Shrubs and small trees grew around my circle of trees now. They had been growing since spring began, and now they formed another layer outside. Throughout the valley, weeds and small shrubs popped up, and the elves described how the entire valley now had a layer of greenery, mostly grass. My presence contributed to this burst of nature and vegetation. Then we saw people building roads. A group of 40 or so constructed roads using a mix of earth and fire magic building across the valley. They were accompanied by cartographers and a group of guards. Let's mark this on the map. It's Freaka, isn't it? We should say it's uninhabited now. Yeah, what's left of it. But it looks like other than the destroyed forests, the general area is unchanged. At least that's a section of the map we don't have to change much. Yeah, the first man agreed as he scribbled on what appeared to be a large floating book. I found it interesting to watch the mage builders at work. The earth mages formed bricks from the soil and dirt, and the fire mages used fire magic to cook the bricks. The other mages magically arranged and levitated them to where they were supposed to go. It was a continuous, ongoing process, and these tiled roads would contribute to faster travel for merchant wagons. But we do need to note down that giant tree. It'll be a landmark. Giant trees, probably magical, to be investigated further. And that was the end of it. They moved on, rebuilding roads that were previously lost. In this world, the devastation caused by magic was incredible. Towns flattened, hills destroyed, and forests razed. But on the flip side, nature's magic also restored the hills and forests at a speed far faster than my own. There was also a greater power at work that repopulated empty lands with monsters and animals. And despite the really huge number of deaths from every demon attack, it seemed the world's population was still rather stable. Not all continents were affected by the Demon King, though it rotated its appearance between the continents. So the destruction was usually localized and contained within a particular continent. It was usually when the heroes failed that the demons gradually spread across the worlds. The demonic rifts would open everywhere, at least until the Demon King was killed. In my opinion, the presence of reincarnators and heroes made the natural denizens of the world lazy and selfish, because it wasn't their problem. The heroes would deal with it. The armies nearest to the demons were there just to buy time and reduce the destruction, but kingdoms across the oceans, on the other continents, would not send armies to their aid. I found my thoughts constantly returning to how the Demon King was a regular disaster. It was like a mega hurricane that happened every 10 to 15 years, and if what Mila briefly suggested was true, they seemed to get stronger each time. That didn't make sense to me, of course. If they always got stronger each time and this world had been around for ages, surely the world would have been destroyed eventually. That also led to the next question. What if there were no heroes? What if there was no next time? I hoped I wasn't jinxing it, but what if? Maybe I should ask the gods. Could I talk to gods in this world? Maybe I shouldn't think so much. I am a tree, right? Tree. Lausanne said as she sat on my roots the following day. Ah yes, I had gotten distracted, baby duties. When the adults were busy with the olive press or splitting the cotton fibers, Laufen occasionally asked me to keep Lausanne entertained. Brislech and Wallen were old enough to be given some tasks, but Lausanne, at 3 years old, was still too small. Yes, play time, please make a wood ball. Oh, okay. Sure. A wooden ball appeared from a branch and she grabbed it. She had many wooden balls, but she seemed to enjoy the newly made wooden balls the most. She said the surface was smooth. Ball. Yes, ball. Balls are like round fruits, like oranges, but smoother. Yes. Lausanne hopped around, carrying her wooden ball. She walked out of the hideout to the inner circle courtyard. The other elves were working with the wooden press. Can you make a big ball? Yes, how big? Bigger than the tree, bigger than the world. Well, no, I can't make a ball that big, I said. Oh, Lausanne looked down. Can you make a treehouse so I can throw balls farther? Well, I could make a mini treehouse in her playroom, but then she was only 3. Ah, yes, I can. Wait, I didn't have the skill. Then again, I could create a treehouse-like structure. It just would not be secured to the tree. Can you make one now? UHNO. Why not? I need to prepare. Can you make stairs? Yes. Where was Lausanne going with this? Can you make stairs between trees? She asked. That's like bridges. No, should be possible even though the trees were not linked. Mommy says I am growing. Are you growing too? You are a lot bigger now. I think so. I think I am growing. I can reach for things on the table now. Yes, you are. How much taller and stronger can I grow? Will I be a hero someday? Lausanne kicked the wooden ball. It was hollow and smooth, so it wouldn't hurt much. The ball rolled onto another bunch of roots. Maybe like your mommy. Can I be strong instead so I can protect mommy and everyone? Why not, if you work for it? Uncle Jura said not everyone has the ability to be a hero. He says we need to be born with the talent. Man, Jura was a bit too much of a realist there, but then again, he was correct. I'm just telling her to not pursue the impossible. People are born with a ceiling to their ability. Everyone gets there and then plateaus off, Jura had told her once. Really? Maybe his understanding was incorrect. But then again, I wasn't sure either. Was this world so fatalistic that everyone settled at a certain level? Was there a level cap? I can, right? Lausanne looked at me hopeful. She wanted to be a hero, and I thought, well, maybe she could. Yes, of course. She smiled, picked up one of the small sticks and swung it around like she was fighting. She was a bit too young for that, honestly. Laufen shook her head as she watched, but she didn't stop her daughter. She went back to work, sorting through the cotton threads. They made some kind of basic loom, but they needed quite a bit of manual assistance to make basic cotton into cloth. Year 73, month 6, week 3, a large caravan passed by, and the elven girls waited along the road made by the earlier builders. I hope they are sure. No one's sure, but if we manage to get there first, we will be one of the first groups to reopen the old trade routes, and that will make us rich. The price differentials are huge. There were easily 200 people in this group, with about 100 horses carrying goods. I wasn't exactly sure whether they were actually horses since they looked slightly different to me. I wonder why they didn't just send airships. You know how expensive the power crystals are, and they take so long to charge. At about this time, their conversation was interrupted. Hello, merchants. Would you like to buy some oils and cloth? They turned, and Laufen and Bell were there with one basket each. One contained olive oil stored in small wooden bottles, and the other contained the processed cotton cloth. Of course, just a small distance away were my beetles, hidden in the tall, natural weeds. The 2 elves were well within my root strike range, so I could quickly intervene if anything happened. Elf, kill them. We'll get the bounty, one merchant said. Laufen and Bell's faces paled. Shut up. The bounty is worth a lot less than our trade rights to the Elven Kingdom. Apologies, ma'am, please ignore my guildmate. He screamed back and smacked the merchant on the back. One of the guards rode closer to them and signaled the merchants. I tensed up, but then the guard turned away. He was just there to check on them. Two of the merchants approached the elves, dismounted, and inspected the wares. I am surprised you have olive oils in this area. I don't see any olive farms or groves. Loffen smiled and didn't answer. The condition is average and storing them in wooden bottles is not ideal. The merchant took the hint and focused on the goods. Yes, we would like to also buy some bottles or vases if you have them, Bell added. Olive oils were usually stored in vases, away from sunlight and kept sealed. Another of the merchants joined the two. Oils, your field of expertise. The merchants glanced at each other, and this one traded in all kinds of oils. The merchant took out a small bottle. May I? If you buy them, the merchant laughed. Fine, I have 6 large amphoras empty, I'll pay for that much. He took out some coin and passed them to Loffen. Loffen carefully inspected the coin she received. Would you sell us a few of your large amphoras? The merchant shook his head. I have no extra today, but I will arrange for one of my men to ship some. You can pay my men then. How many do you want to buy? Loffen looked at her coins again. I think this can afford me 10, the merchant laughed. Yes, 10 is about right once you include the cost of transport. I will get my men to deliver 10 then, to this location. He looked around and jotted some notes into a book. That was probably his order or transaction book. The amphoras were used to ship goods, usually liquids, over large distances. There were also wooden barrels and metal containers, but these amphoras made of clay were cheap and quite durable, which made them popular with merchants. Loffen nodded. The merchant poured the olive oil from the wooden bottle into his glass bottle. He inspected the color, the smell, and then stirred it. It's of average quality, but it is still rather fresh. I can sell them. The merchant made some kind of signal. The merchant's assistants helped to pour the olive oil from the wooden bottles into the large empty amphoras at the side of the horses. How often do you make olive oils? Loffen paused. Maybe once every 3 months, except winter. You will have available supply in 3 months. I know some nobles will prefer fresher olive oils rather than those imported from farther away. Loffen and Bell huddled, discussed, and nodded at the merchant. Yes, I think we can have 2 or 3 full amphoras by that time. Great. The cloth had no buyers. Superior quality cloth was easily available around the area, so the one they had made wouldn't sell for much. It wasn't worth the effort of buying and reselling this average quality cloth. But strangely enough, one of them asked about the wooden bottles themselves. These wooden bottles are beautiful. The surface is really smooth. Do you have a master woodsmith with you? They were made with my magic and not carved. That's a secret. Bell smiled. The merchants accepted this, used to people having secrets. All right, we should get going. One more thing, do you have any vinegar stock for sale? Loffen asked. Yes, 1 small bottle. The merchants continued on their journey, and the elves now had some coin and a small bottle of vinegar stock. Loffen and the girls planned to make fruit vinegar with the extra healing fruits. Next time I want to ask for flour, Bell sighed. Too bad we had to buy the amphoras first. Bread. Yeah. I want bread. Jura laughed and ate some potato chips. The inner courtyard was full of potatoes. It was the elven staple around here since they didn't have vast farmlands. I'm fine with potatoes. They taste pretty good when fried with olive oil. Jura shrugged. Bread. Bell rolled on her bed. Emil laughed. We can trade for that next time if we can get better quality stuff. At first the elves kept all the money, but I also wanted some. So after some discussion, the elves gave me 1/5 of the coin. We didn't realize tree spirits wanted money, the elves collectively said, as if it never occurred to them that a tree would ever want money. I may need to purchase certain items, so I want to start saving for it, especially for the advancement of my powers. Oh, well, I would need money someday, so I might as well start saving. I would like to be able to trade somehow. There would be goods or materials I need to buy since I couldn't possibly make everything myself. The elves huddled and discussed this. I could hear everything they said, but they agreed. They mostly discussed what they wanted to buy and why a tree needed money, though in the end their gratitude won out. Year 73, Month 7, Week 1T, he elves worked hard on the olive press. Since the cloth didn't sell, the elves focused their efforts on the olives instead. So some of the week's cotton was left unharvested. A small merchant convoy dropped by to deliver the amphoras as agreed. The merchants clearly had a means of long-range communication. One hot day that week, a group of 6 fleeing men and women arrived on horses. Some of them were injured, and they all had multiple arrow wounds. Some arrows were still right in their backs, and even the horses were injured. Another group of 10 cloaked men chased them. These cloaked men were injured as well, but less so than the other group. "Head for the trees," one of the group shouted as they galloped. The cloaked men chased, firing arrows in hopes of slowing the others. I wanted to kill all of them. I was already suspicious of visitors, and here we had these armed folks. The 6 were so heavily injured they would probably bleed out if they didn't get medical attention. "Who goes there?" Jura was on one of the tree branches with a spear on his hand. One of the 6, a female elf, shouted out something I didn't understand. Jura, however, did, and he shouted, "Tree, target the cloaked men," as he threw wooden spears at the cloaked men. Since Jura said so, I launched root strikes. 8 roots flew out of the ground like sharp spikes and struck the riders, and since they moved quickly, they pretty much skewered themselves on the roots. It killed them instantly. The remaining 2 tried to pull back, but they were too close. Constrict. Roots popped out and entangled the 2. The small thorns and vines on my roots administered a strong dose of sleeping poison. The 6 riders didn't look back, and they rode next to the outer ring. They hobbled from their horses. One of them revealed a young baby. Jura paused. I had a bad feeling. Hold him, please." His blood soaked the cloth wrapping the baby, and Jura reluctantly held the baby. "Is this Frika?" Jura paused. "I suppose it's what's left of it." "I see." The wounded treated each other, and they pulled out the arrows from each other's bodies, using healing potion on their wounds. The female elf that shouted looked at Jura, her armor drenched in blood, and introduced herself. "I am Ares, an aide and guardian of Ivan." "Who is that?" Jura scratched his head. "And why do you know our passphrase?" "Passphrase." Jura and the villagers developed a passphrase to identify friendly people before this. "Ivan, our lady and mistress, she said her brother is the village head here. Her wounds were recovering, the potions were working. Brother? Yes. I believe she mentioned his name was Ricola. Is he around?" "He's dead." Jura held the baby awkwardly. The baby was tiny, probably less than 6 months old. "And please take this child back." Ares paused and faced the other riders. "Do you have clean clothes we can change him into? All of ours are bloody." Laufen stopped eavesdropping from inside the hideout and walked out with some clean cloth from the extra cotton stores, a bowl filled with paste, and some clean water. She took the baby from Jura and cleaned the blood from it. The baby was alive but weak and exhausted. "Does Ricola have a sister?" Jura asked. "Yes. I met her when we were wedded but have not seen her since." Laufen nodded as her hands cleaned the weak baby. "Is she well in the human kingdoms?" Ares smiled. "The mistress is alive. But it is a challenging period now, with the king suspecting the elves of treason and the other princes finding every chance to remove us." "Who is this child?" It is the mistress's baby." "What?" Ares nodded. "It's inevitable. With the tension in the capital, the mistress requested her brother assist looking after her child." One of the humans stepped forward and joined Ares. "Please raise the child as your own. We will return to the capital." Laufen shook her head. "I cannot. We cannot." Ares paused, and the other human female came up. "Perhaps the 2 of us could stay back with the child. The guys can head back." She looked around. "Will you guys accept us as refugees?" The other men nodded in agreement. "That is a good idea. The child is most attached to you, Ares. This place feels safe and magical." Ares looked around at the trees and then at me. She stared for a while. The mistress has many good people around her. She would want some of them to ensure her child's safety, one of the men said. I will stay too if you want. Can we stay with the baby? Ares asked. Loffen paused. This was something she couldn't decide. Jura and her both went back into the hideout to discuss with the others. They eventually agreed because this was family. Loffen felt particularly conflicted because if this baby was indeed her nephew, she would feel bad if they turned him away. Yes. Ares, the human woman, Saffron, and a human man, Pak, stayed back. As for the two unconscious human attackers, they were kept in the wooden jail where the adventurers once were. You have leveled up. Level 115. Skill upgraded subsidiary tree amount increased to 40. Skill upgraded secret hideout has unlocked tree Asuri, treasury, and more trees. This leveling system was so convenient. Year 73, Month 7, Week 2T, two humans were placed under the influence of strong hallucinogens, and they soon revealed that they served one of the princes of the Sala kingdom, first Prince Wargo. The king was dying, so all the princes were positioning themselves to seize the throne. Ares and the mistress, Ivan, served another prince, Prince Galan, the third prince. Prince Wargo was a humanist, and that meant he was against non-human citizens of the kingdom. This recently made him a target of a botched assassination attempt by elves. Prince Galan, surrounded by elvish and other non-human minders, thus came under tremendous scrutiny from the rest of the princes, all eager to eliminate the competition. Ivan was a highly skilled administrator in the inner circle of Prince Galan, and so her baby was a vulnerability. The men suspected those on the other side wanted to capture the baby and force Ivan to defect to Prince Wargo's side. There were also suspicions about whether the baby was one of Prince Galan's many illegitimate children. After I extracted that information from the two men, I used absorption and drained their life away. It was a slow, painless death, at least under the effect of strong sedatives. They were deaths with few remains as their bodies turned into nutrients. The elves were not comfortable with the new people so near, so for the first day the humans lived in tents, while Roma, the baby, and Ares stayed with Emil and Belle. The next day, I spawned two of my new trees outside the second circle and made 2 rooms for the new arrivals. This surprised them greatly, especially Ares, but the distance was necessary. This is a spirit tree. Yes, Jura nodded. They reacted strongly to the beetles as well. They jumped and almost wet their pants when a group of beetles crawled down the trees while they were walking by. The beetles were busy. Non-demonic monsters multiplied often, so I frequently sent a group of them to kill these monsters. Year 73, Month 8, Week 1T, newbies had been here for a month, and out of boredom, they helped with the olive press. The elves also gradually opened up and allowed them to participate in certain activities in their life. There were so few of them after all. The merchants planned to arrive the next month, so the olives were stored in the amphoras. Meanwhile, my beetles continued their monster hunts. These monsters appeared regularly, and I deployed them, and they brought back the bodies for my studies. They fought many monsters, and through it, my beetle's skill upgraded. Armored beetles upgraded to war beetles. The elves were right to suspect these new people. Ares communicated with somebody magically, and she forgot that tree spirits like myself possessed the ability to see everything in the trees. Perhaps it was her mistress, but at least they were smart enough to communicate in code. I placed my new subsidiary trees like pylons in a circular fashion. Each was as far away as possible. With the new trees, I extended my vision to cover a larger chunk of the valley. Weirdly, this led to another upgrade. Subsidiary tree upgraded. You can place a total of 60 trees. The increase in subsidiary tree led to an equivalent increase in tuberous storage amount, so at 60 trees plus 10 with my main tree, I had a total of 140 poo, still very far away from that 1000 poo. There must be an easier way to do this. Year 73, Month 8, Week 3, and oh good. We must go back. We must help. Ares shouted and startled everyone. What happened? The king and Prince Wargo ordered a mass execution of all the non-humans. What? Saffron and Pak both seemed surprised. How do you know? Jura asked, his hand on a knife. Ares realized the horror of her statement, rubbed her head, and then sighed. I have been magically communicating with Mistress Yvonne, and now there is a massive uprising in the kingdom by the non-humans. Pak shook his head. The king is mad. Prince Galen and Mistress Yvonne have not seen the king for weeks. Ares shook her head. It may be Prince Wargo claiming to speak in his name. What does the mistress plan to do? Escape. The army is too strong and organized, and fighting back is meaningless. She had been making arrangements for the rest of the non-human civilians to flee to the sympathizing cities or to the other kingdoms, but it seems the other kingdoms have closed their borders. We can go and help with the refugee traffic. Ares, Saffron, and Pak all faced Lawfin. Please, take care of Roma for us. We must go, we will return. No, one of you needs to stay, Lawfin insisted as Roma was still asleep on the bed. People are getting slaughtered, they need our help. And a baby needs her guardian. Saffron and Pak nodded. She has a point, and both of us will be able to disappear easier as humans. Ares, please stay, we will come back. Ares sighed. Very well. A few skills of mine upgraded after using them all this while. Secret hideout biolab upgraded. Pods increased to 5. Essence collection upgraded. Extraction rate and speed improved. Mineral extraction upgraded. Mineral augmentation obtained. Subsidiary tree and insect warriors strengthened. I had a large stockpile of essences and irons from the automated harvesting. Year 73, Month 9, Week 1, Riz updated everyone daily. She couldn't keep her anxiety to herself. I stopped following after a week. To me, it was just people fighting and dying far away and running, of course. It felt distant, and it was. It felt like listening to the radio, hearing the news about bombings or fighting in some distant land. It got tiring, and shit like this happened all the time in this world. I supposed I should feel for them since they were elves, but I personally only felt obligated to the 7 elves under my care, and that was it. Wisp. Any idea how I can speed up this process of getting enough power for Soul Forge? Isn't 1,000 pus a little too much? I thought it was quite little. A small forest would have more than 1,000 trees easy. But that implies I have all the trees as a subsidiary tree. Do you have to? What? I said too much. Wisp floated away. I cannot give you that answer. Oh, come on. There are some things a tree spirit must learn on their own. Tree, smart, Mila bobbed in. Tree, good. Yes. Okay, so there must be a trick to this. So if I didn't have to have them all as my subsidiary tree. Was it via rootnet? I tried it on shrubs and trees throughout the valley. Local rootnet access connecting to nearby trees, connected. The familiar sound of spam flooded my notifications. Spam, so much spam, spam filtration activated. But the important question was, could I extract power from them, attempting to connect? Energy drain initiated. Rootnet function obtained. Treenergy, net. Connecting to 64,500 grasses, 367 shrubs, and 141 normal trees, producing an estimated 18.4 pus. Normal trees produce 0, 1 poo, shrubs 0, 0, 1 poo, and grasses 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1 poo. I needed 10,000 normal trees to hit 1, 0, 0, 0 poo. But it was very doable. The entire valley was within my rootnet. All I needed to do was actively use my tree spirit mojo and grow this entire valley into a forest like it once was. I felt like dancing. Too bad I couldn't. Wee yee. Now, I needed to work on my mojo. Year 73, Month 9, Week 3 emissive. There was a massive burst in tree growth in the valley. The number of normal trees surged by 300 in 2 weeks. If I kept this up, I would hit 10,000 normal trees by year 75. The elves were especially surprised to see the sudden surge in the growth of new trees, and what was once a sparsely covered valley gradually started to look dense again. But there was a trade-off. My essence and material extraction reduced tremendously. Essence and materials were not extracted and were consumed in the creation of these trees. I saw this as a small matter. During this week, the olive oil merchant came. Once again, that generated a little bit of coin. Despite an ongoing non-human genocide, it didn't stop merchants from conducting business. Those who worshipped coin were probably the most devoted of worshippers. I left a path through the newly regrowing woods for the merchants and also an empty area for the trading to happen. We made a small hut with wood magic at the empty area. Then the elves helped to make a wooden panel that read, "Freaka Trading Post." Ares continued to share the chaos of the kingdom. I occasionally listened and knew there was only sparse resistance as most of the non-humans chose to flee. These still felt like distant matters to me. Year 73, month 10, week 1 more trees. Over 300 more trees spawned and brought the valley's normal tree count to 762. This would be the single indicator I followed for the next year until this damn soul forge came online. Animals returned to the forest. I felt it was strange how these animals appeared when they were not there before. According to the elves, there was a god that created animals in the lands the same way monsters appeared from nowhere. Well, it felt logically consistent. If monsters were just magical versions of animals, and monsters spawned out of nowhere, the same global magic should apply to animals. Maybe they were both creations of the same gods. I wondered whether this god could make sentient spawn out of nowhere. Was I created in this world? No, reincarnated to this world in the same manner. In celebration of the return of animals, Jura went out on a hunt. He apparently spotted one of his favorite foods, deer or something like that. There was a new mild annoyance, though. Birds. They made nests in my branches and they pooped everywhere. Some of them were brazen enough to attack my reinforced war beetles, but they were just irritants. Tree use magic? Lausanne asked, her language still not very polished. Yes, Lausanne, it will be a forest once more. Lausanne liked trees. She liked flowers too, and some of the shrubs could flower. She liked the yellow ones the most. She said they looked like the sun. Wow, teach me, please. I can't, it's something I just feel. It's like a primal urge I just have to let out and it happens. It's true. My ability to spawn trees was something I did naturally, even if I didn't understand it. Once I activated it, it just happened. Weird tree spirit mojo. Lausanne shook her tiny toddler head. No, do you know druid magic? No, I don't. But best druids learn from tree spirits. I can't. Maybe someday. Did I say she was too young? She's too young. I didn't think she should be learning magic at 3 to 4 years of age, but I also frankly didn't know how to teach my kind of magic. It was ironic since I had learning aura and dream tutor. Couldn't I just dream teach the feeling to them? The boom in the valley's tree population led to my subsidiary tree skill getting an upgrade. It seemed the subsidiary tree ability was just linked to me doing tree-like things. Subsidiary tree leveled up. Limit increased to 90 trees. Some of your stored iron materials and essence of nature have been consumed. 6 inner circle subsidiary trees upgraded. They are now able to support 3 external rooms each. Progress. I wasn't the only one improving. The elves, too. The elves gained some skills in olive oil making, and Lawfen already had trading and coin management from her past experience, so she was the elves' primary treasurer at this point, assisted by Belle. Sadly, bad news arrived from Ares. The resistance spread, and the country descended into a civil war, with the humans overwhelmingly on one side and the non-humans on the other, outnumbered and outgunned. Prince Galen, their benefactor, was killed in an assassination, and their mistress was quickly framed. Without their patron, the non-humans fled in large numbers. Year 73, Month 10, Week 3 RootNet is now connected to 1,000 normal trees. Local RootNet access upgraded, range extended. Teehee Valley finally looked like a forest, and I was no longer easily visible from afar. In hindsight, I should have done that a long time ago. The cover provided by this forest of normal trees helped to hide my presence. With my new increased number of subsidiary trees, I scattered about 20 across this new forest and made them as homes for my insect warriors. This also increased my total war beetle population to 78. I now had a small army of beetles in my hands, and I felt like a commander in an RTS game. I wondered whether I could get an air force of some kind, perhaps birds or some kind of bees. The beetles were occasionally attacked by the animals, but they were tough enough to shrug it off. Anyway, Air Force. How could I lure new creatures? Why couldn't they just give it to me like the beetles? Year 73, Month 10, Week 4, I saw elves, dwarves, treefolk, gnolls, minotaurs, centaurs, and lizardmen. It was the first time I saw so many typical non-humans. From my spiritual vision, they didn't appear how I imagined them to be. There were maybe 2,000 of them. I listened as they approached some of my farther subsidiary trees. How long do we have to keep moving? As long as we need to. The armies are still after us. The only thing that united this ragtag bunch of non-humans were the humans. Once things settled, they would all split up. After this area will be the old Demon King territories. Safer than being hunted by an army. There shouldn't be many demons, so it should be safe. I had a discussion with the elves on what they would do if these refugees decided to settle in the valley. The view amongst my group was that they were not comfortable with them being too near, and that was defined as the 2 rings of subsidiary trees and the area around it. This space, to them, was still their space. Yet they understood the needs of these people, so they were willing to share the valley with them. Perhaps these refugees could base themselves in another part of the valley. After all, with trees everywhere, it wouldn't be a problem in terms of cover or protection. There's a path. Should we take it? Yes. No. In the end, some of the refugees took the path through the forest. Some decided to wade through the forest itself, and some went around. It took them a few days, and of the 2,000, around 300 or so elves, treefolk, and centaurs decided to stay in the forest in the surrounding valley. As they were different races, they quickly split up and made housing in their own part of the valley. For the others, the forest wasn't their ideal place, and so they decided to continue their journey farther. The human army was still a little too close for comfort. Thanks to the cover of the forest, they didn't know about me or the elves' presence yet, and that was fine. Some of them saw the Freaka trading post sign, though, and they probably wondered whether it was still used. After all, the merchants only came by quarterly, and it was coming on winter. To some, it was better to gather food and shelter before then. There are treefolk, elves, and centaurs in the valley. Yup, the treefolk set themselves up near the small pond, the centaurs near the valley's slopes, and the elves at the far end. Whoa, treefolk. They were part tree, part human, and part insect, apparently a creation of the nameless mother to give trees some variety. I examined them. Some of them appeared like walking trees, and some appeared like insects that disguised themselves as tree branches and leaves. When these treefolk slept, their legs needed to touch the ground, so they often slept upright or slightly tilted, their bodies leaning against the wall. To them, living in homes with multiple stories was a strange and uncomfortable concept. They were the first to detect my presence. When they slept, their feet extended small feelers into the ground, and this exchanged their bodily waste for nutrients. This led to contact with my roots. Foreign entities attempted to connect. Treefolk presence detected. RootNet intercepting connection. Isolating. Treefolk successfully isolated. They were jolted from their first night of proper rest. This place, the ground. a group of beetles appeared outside their makeshift settlement. The few warriors quickly took up arms, but there were too many, easily 40 of these beetles. "Hello, treefolk. Who goes there?" There was a de facto chief among the treefolk, and he stepped forth. "I have been instructed to visit you. Welcome to Freaka. This is our valley," Jura said. The treefolk looked at each other. "We see no Freaka, no settlement." "Ah yes, raised by the Sala kingdom, but some of us survive, protected by our guardian spirit." Guardian spirit. The treefolk instantly connected the dots. "There is a tree spirit here." "Yes, he's been watching all of you. This valley is under his domain." A few of them gasped, but the leader asked, "Does he want us to move away?" "No, at least not yet. We are just a greeting party. If there are no unpleasant events, our tree spirit will not take any hostile actions." The leader breathed a sigh of relief. "As treefolk, we would be greatly honored to live in a land watched over by our ancestors." "We hope so. Try not to chop too many trees down, and if you encounter any beetles, please don't attack them. They are the minions of the tree spirit." The leader nodded. Certainly." The beetles and Jura disappeared back into the night, and the treefolk quickly huddled together to discuss this revelation. Back home, Jura looked at me. "Was that necessary?" "Yes. It is important they know who they are dealing with, and treefolk seem like the ideal candidates to make that first contact. I won't want them randomly attacking my beetles." Treefolk and elves apparently had an awkward relationship, and they were often tense with each other. Although in theory both races shared the forests, they had different ideas of what an ideal settlement was like. Elves, especially the High and Sun Elf variants, preferred to build tall structures, carved from the trees, whereas the treefolk preferred to have vast, sprawling settlements that allowed contact with the earth at all times. Elves also had good night vision, whereas treefolk vision was generally poor, and they depended on a wide range of other senses like touch, gravity, and vibrations. The elven refugee group were quick to start work. They built makeshift shelters, while a few of them used magic to bend and shape the normal trees into a house. It was a slow process. Whatever wood-forming magic these elves used reduced that tree's energy output in exchange for greater structural integrity. The centaur group lived near the sloped areas of the valley, where there was a mix of shrubs and trees. Unlike treefolk and elves, they erected large tents, and they preferred to be close to the woods but not in them. Any trees in their vicinity were used to anchor the massive tents, and one of the taller normal trees became the center core of their chief's tent. The tents themselves were made of their leftover hair mane and fur cloth, and whatever animal fur or skin they could find. So what do we do with the elves and centaurs? Watch them. I've instructed my beetles to stay away, and since both elves and centaurs are at the forest's edge, it's still fine for now. But once they grow, I will need to make myself known. It would be easier to let them know now, though, wouldn't it? Lawfen said. If we wait too long, they might feel defensive. True. Let's be proactive then. Jura, can you visit the elves? Certainly. Jura visited the elven settlement. Everyone was so busy working on their new place that they didn't notice Jura. He walked right through their makeshift, incomplete gates. These folks were not warriors. "Hi, everyone," he shouted, and everyone jumped in panic. They rushed for their arms. "Who are you?" Even I could tell their posture and form were poor. They were exhausted from their long walk, and they just wanted to rebuild. "I am from the village of Freaka. It's a really, really small village, but we thought we'd still let you know we exist." Village, Freaka. That unused trading post. It's rarely used. Jura laughed and opened his hands. "I come in peace and want all of you to know a tree spirit watches over this valley. It is for his presence that a forest emerged so quickly after the fall of the Demon King." "What do you want?" a young elf shouted. Even amongst elves, the youth could be rude. "Nothing much." Jura smiled, and 30 war beetles appeared next to him. Some of the elves yelped in fear. "Just know that this valley is protected and behave accordingly. Elves should already know how to behave in the presence of a tree spirit." An elderly elf appeared. "Ah, I didn't know Frika has a tree spirit. That is a pleasant discovery." A younger man appeared. He looked like a warrior and he glanced at Jura. "Are you the chieftain of Frika?" Jura laughed. "We are so few, so small, we have no need for a chieftain, but our tree spirit guides us and speaks to us. Our tree spirit sent me to greet you." The elderly elf patted the younger man on the shoulder. "This is our chief. Well met. How do we find you?" Jura paused. He didn't want to answer that. "How many are you?" "Less than 10. "Then you should stick with us. We have more. Help us. Your war beetles too." Jura shook his head. "These war beetles, they belong to our tree spirit and they don't listen to me." The young chief shook his head. "I have never heard of elves who obey tree spirits. Tree spirits are our guardian spirits, but we are the true masters of the forests. Tree spirits follow the will of great elves." Jura smiled. "Ah, you are free to believe what you please. I am here to greet and welcome you to the Valley of Frika. This is both a greeting and a warning. Know that the forest you see is under the protection of our tree spirit. You are free to test our tree spirit's patience and kindness if you feel that is a hollow threat." The young chief winced. Jura gave a gentle, polite bow, turned around, and left with the war beetles. That was tense, but I had more free subsidiary trees. If necessary, I could place more of them closer to both the elves and the centaurs. This way there would always a beetle group ready to respond to any uprising. Next were the centaurs. "An elf!" The centaurs spotted Jura the moment he peeked out of the forest. "Hi, I wish to speak to your leader." Two centaurs appeared, one male and one female. "We are the leaders." "Speak, elf," the female said first. "I am here at the request of the tree spirit of the valley to welcome you to Frika." The male one then spoke. "Are you here to threaten us?" "Yes and no," Jura smiled. Such negotiations were getting easier. "The tree spirit has reasonable expectations of proper conduct from the valley's inhabitants." The female centaur looked at the male and whispered. The male centaur nodded and then turned to face Jura. "A tree spirit, you say?" "Yes." The male centaur asked, "May we meet the tree spirit?" "Yes, we will arrange a day for the chiefs to meet." "Chiefs?" both centaurs asked simultaneously. "Chiefs of the elves and treefolk too." "Ah, the other groups." The male centaur turned to look at the female. "If we meet the tree spirit, we will decide whether to comply." Jura agreed. Ares kept us updated about the fighting happening in the kingdom. Her mistress was trying to flee. But it was difficult when she was the main suspect and the target of widespread human propaganda. Anyway, I was more focused on our new valley mates, and I wondered how to best use my additional subsidiary tree slots. If there was going to be tension, I wanted more beetles to fight off their numbers, and I had no indication of how strong the leaders and warriors were. Maybe they were as strong as Jura, or maybe more. Year 73, month 11, week 1T, number of normal trees grew to about 1,400. Of the new groups, the elves and the centaurs eventually cut a few trees down to build their homes and other structures, but other than that, the growth rate was stable. The new trees were clustered closer to me, and this increased the density in the middle of the valley. I didn't want to take away the kind of sloped spaces that the centaur enjoyed. Ares was upset and cried for days. Her mistress stopped communicating with her magically, and she feared the worst. Lawfen, on the other hand, felt sorrier for Roma, the baby who was away from his mother. His body was still rather weak. I suspected he lacked nutrients as he had been apart from the mother. Lawfen suggested we dip the baby in the pod so I could nourish his body and channel nutrients in via the vines and feelers. Roma's small body was frail, and he needed to be constantly comforted by one of the ladies. Ares was too attached to the conflict back home to properly care for him. "Can you do something, tree spirit?" "I'll try." I thought about hospital incubation facilities. Perhaps my medical room or the biolab pods could be modified, secret hideout upgraded, childcare corner obtained. Childcare corner produces a special infant-friendly syrup, similar to baby and milk formula. Infant syrup can be further upgraded with various kinds of materials and minerals if available. Ah. The system to the rescue. Year 73, Month 11, Week 2 he chiefs finally met. It was their first time in Freaka. 3 from each of the 3 groups arrived. The tree folk instantly prostrated themselves before me and sang from the moment they saw me. It sounded a little like Aboriginal songs. What are they doing? I mentally asked Jura. Some tree folk worship tree spirits. They are like a crazy version of elven tree huggers. Jura chuckled at that. They are everywhere after all. The young elf chief glanced at the tree folk and shook his head. It's just a tree spirit. The elder elf next to him ribbed him with his elbow and whispered, "SHH, not so loud." What? It's pathetic. It's just a very large tree with magic that supposedly absorbs our elvish souls. Spirit trees can't even protect themselves and need us elves to fight for them, he retorted. The tree folk ignored his words and continued to sing their songs and hymns. It was rather pleasing once I got used to it. The centaurs, the 2 chiefs, and one older centaur that seemed to be the shaman or mage of the tribe were unperturbed by the acts of the tree folk and the elves. "Hello," I spoke directly to their mind. "Please stand." The tree folk stood. It was like they jumped how fast they moved. I thought their limbs must have had some kind of spring action in them. Not exactly trees. I'm Tree, the tree spirit of Freaka. All of you are here because I'd like to set some ground rules, norms, and processes to conduct ourselves and minimize conflict, either with me, the elves, or each other. I spent the whole night thinking about what to say without coming off as too assholish. I thought of starting it by saying, "I am Lord Tree of Freaka." But then again, I wasn't a lord. The centaurs nodded. So the purpose of this meeting, I hope to tell all of you that the entire valley and forest is within my influence, and I hope we can all coexist peacefully. I have no intention of meddling in your respective affairs beyond what is needed to safeguard my priorities. The young elf chief shook his head. My priority is the safety and survival of my people. We may agree if it suits us, but I make no promises. What are your affairs, tree spirit? Would it not be better to set certain boundaries of each of our territories? The male centaur instantly, with a wooden stick, started drawing on the ground. I couldn't see it. My vision was, after all, a spiritual magical one, but Jura helped to explain. In short, the centaurs claimed the entire left slope. The elves claimed the far side of the forest and a big piece of the lands after, and the tree folk got a circle around the pond. Anything not covered was mine. At this point, I felt like a host that suddenly had guests, and now the guests demanded a room. Their boundaries still crossed with my roots after the last expansion of the 8 subsidiary trees, and I could still extend even farther. I didn't like that they carved up my territory. That boundary drawn is nothing more than a designated area for each of you, such that you don't unnecessarily create conflict. But this boundary doesn't surrender my claim over this entire valley. The entire valley remains under my care as my roots extend everywhere. There will also be no chopping of trees beyond reasonable quantities. The elf chieftain shook his head. Well, I wanted to grow the trees in the valley. It wouldn't help if all these new people chopped down trees, right? That is not reasonable. You are a tree spirit, nothing more. What gives you the right to dictate what we do? The elf chief stood forward. We may need to chop some trees to survive, and we will need to hunt. If you restrict us, you may as well chase us away. I paused. So did the centaur and tree folk. Strong words. The elf chieftain turned to face the other chieftains. Look, we are just dealing with a few elves and a tree spirit. I say our needs are more important. There are a few hundred of us. Why should this tree spirit and a few elves be allowed to say what we can or cannot do? I say we do what we want. It's just a foggy old tree. We just started the conversation, and the elf was already so hostile. Why? The centaur looked back at the elf and then looked at Jura and me. They wanted to see my response. It felt like the elf's words were intentional. He meant to provoke me, to test me, and pretty much force me, so a display of power was necessary. If I backed down now, I would look weak, and I wouldn't be able to protect the elves in my home from their ransacking. I couldn't allow that. Although I knew force was right, I still felt reluctant. I wished these elves hadn't forced me. They were refugees, after all. I felt like being nice. I mean, these elves, centaurs, and treefolk, well, they were all refugees. They fled from the non-human slaughter in their home kingdoms. But this sort of entitled behavior was unwarranted and unreasonable. This was my home, and these were my people. No, I was willing to be nice, but they couldn't push me too far. A root strike shot from the ground, and it swooshed just next to the elf chieftain's head. The force of the roots created a small shockwave, and the elf chieftain fell. The elves were shocked. They didn't expect that. As Jura noted, the elf chieftain's reaction was a mix of shock, horror, and probably fear, a sudden realization I could kill him. If this was a test of strength, I thought I passed. The root strike made all of them sweat. Jura smiled. He stood a little straighter and opened both hands. Our tree spirit here has survived many creatures, including demon champions and a demon king. If you thought you could just walk in and do what you wanted to in this valley, you are wrong. The centaurs shared an awkward, uncomfortable glance. The three treefolk instantly prostrated themselves. The elf chieftain stood again. "How dare you?" He feigned arrogance, defiance, but from my vision his spirit was uncertain and his body shook. Should I hit the head this time? I mentally transmitted to all of them. He gulped. Everyone else was wary, and the centaurs took 2 steps back. The elder stood in front of him as if he tried to cover for him. No, he held up what looked to be a wooden buckler as if that would stop my roots. The roots can come from anywhere. You can't protect him. In fact, I can hit anyone in this valley. They both gulped. Everyone probably realized that if they made enemies, they wouldn't leave this valley alive. Jura stood and walked closer to the elf. "We understand you are refugees, and there are many of you. We want to help, and we want to share. But you cannot just march in and demand things from the caretaker of these lands. We will let you stay, but you must do so on our terms." The elf chieftain grunted in frustration, and stomped off. The elder nodded. "I apologize. He is young and only wants the best for our people. I think I can convince our chieftain to obey your rules, and I will try to convince him that as the tree spirit here, this is your home and we are guests. We can decide on the rest of the details later. For now, we will stop any chopping of the trees. We will speak again when everyone cools down. As you know, winter is soon to be upon us, and traveling now is a hazard. May we stay through the winter at least." Jura smiled and nodded. He then turned to me. "Is that okay? Fine. You can all stay as refugees, but if I see any unpleasant behavior or actions from your people, I will not hesitate to take any action I deem necessary." The centaurs nodded, and I saw from their body language they were nervous. "We believe that is a good suggestion. We will meet again." The treefolk rose from their kneeling position and walked backward, their heads still bowing. "As you wish." They left for their respective areas. "That didn't go very well," I sighed. "I thought it went wonderfully." Jura shook his head. "Power is sometimes a great way to enforce peace. I think the chiefs, all of them, got the message that we are not one to be messed with. For a peaceful coexistence to be forged by power and fear, the people need a uniting force. Force. Year 73, month 11, week 4. No news came from the other camps or the groups that went farther, but that was fine. More trees were growing, and I crossed 1,600 normal trees connected through my rootnet. My growth rate slowed down in winter. The cold started to bite. The refugee elves, centaurs, and treefolk were hard at work. They gathered food, hunted the magically spawning animals, and collected and preserved fruits. The animals still spawned magically, even in winter, and apparently some smaller forest foxes and bears reappeared once more. The refugees tried their best to hunt, with some success. They lacked proper storage facilities, so the food wouldn't last that long. I thought some of them might have food preservation skills and abilities, and if so, their chances of surviving winter would be better. Jura, too, hunted some animals for food, and thanks to everyone's combined efforts, we were going into the winter with a surplus in our food store and new warm clothing. I was still very curious about the presence of these newly spawned animals, and I wondered just how they were created and whether they had a soul. So, out of curiosity, Jura captured a few of the new animals for my biolab. I would also really have loved to see how the centaurs and treefolk looked in the lab, but that would be for next time. Ares stopped crying, finally. Her mistress still had not contacted her, but I think she got tired of crying, or maybe she just had enough of venting. Roma also responded well to the infant formula, and the elves also gave it to Lausanne. Adding olives into the child syrup maker produced a kind of nutrient-infused syrup, so I assumed the syrup maker had just created, baby-friendly, food with whatever was given to it. In fact, Roma's weight stabilized, and he was starting to regain some of his lost weight. Emile, Laufen, and Belle made some warm clothing with a mix of cotton and animal wool, kind of like a basic jacket first, for the kids, and later, for the adults. They spent so much time that they got tailored as a class. Laufen cried when she got the skill, as it reminded her of another lady in the village who used to make all the clothes. So the start of winter was pleasant. The production of the cotton and olives reduced substantially in the last week, but quite a lot of cloth and olive oil was already made, and some cotton was even left unharvested. Year 73, month 12, week 1 tea regrowth was slow, and only about 50 trees sprouted in the cold weather. In fact, it was pretty awesome that they sprouted at all considering the biting cold. It wasn't freezing or snowing yet, but in a bit more it would. At this slow, wintry tree growth rate, my estimated time to reach Sol Forge was going to be delayed. On the last day of the week, it started to rain. Cold, cold rain. It rained for the whole day and poured water into every corner of the valley. Some parts of the valley even started to flood. Then came the winds, and everyone stayed indoors during this time. For the area immediately around me, my roots were able to quickly absorb the excess water, and so there was no flooding, but still, it was an unpleasant environment, so everyone gathered in the main secret hideout. The main tree was the safest, but I had confidence in my subsidiary trees. They were all large, thick, solid trees, and they all shared my buffs to some lesser degree. I wonder how the others are doing, Ares sat about. I mean, the centaurs and all. They just got here and it's already winter. It's probably tough. She was the most sympathetic toward the refugees, being one who assisted her mistress on such matters prior to this. Perhaps helping the refugees was how she wanted to repay her mistress. Jura suddenly snapped his fingers. Did we just harm them by stopping them from chopping wood? They might need it for firewood. These elves had it good. The secret hideout and customizable branches. External rooms were temperature-controlled and contained natural ventilation, and even water drawn from the roots, and so they were quite comfortable and warm all year round. As a result, they had little need for firewood. Any cooking they needed to do was by collecting dried branches, which regularly dropped from trees, and they had a healthy stock of that. Elven and treefolk societies generally tried to avoid the use of firewood, except when really necessary. When they did, they usually tried a farming method where only branches were cut off. As a result, their conventional sources of warmth were either energy crystals, heating metals, or oils from the trees, either peanut, cashew, palm, or olive oils. Furthermore, thick, mature trees were able to retain heat quite well, so the homes built within them needed minimal heating. Ah, I paused. Oh, I checked on the 3 camps. The treefolk were fine, as their bodies were naturally able to withstand rain and cold without much additional heating. From what I observed, They used their natural abilities to shape the trees into hut-like structures and smaller shrubs into fences, and that seemed to be adequate for now. They didn't seem to really fear the rain, and they appeared quite fine with being drenched outdoors. Of the three camps, the tree folk were the only ones that didn't avoid the rain. In fact, some of the tree folk still walked around in the downpours. The elves also used a kind of wood magic and magically transformed the trees into housing, but their constructions were structured differently from the tree folk. As the forest was still relatively young, the size of the trees and their trunks were small, unlike my subsidiary trees, which spawned naturally large so they could fit a dwelling or multiple beetles. As a result, the elves were not well protected from the rain. They huddled together in the largest of their mixed tree houses and tents. They used whatever fur and water-resistant clothing they had and covered themselves. Despite that, some rain and wind still entered those shelters, and they looked uncomfortable. The centaurs' massive tents were able to provide shelter from the rain, but similarly, they were also a little cold. From my tree vision, some of them huddled inside those tents as a way to keep warm. The location they picked to perch their massive tents seemed to have little issue with the deluge as the water naturally flowed down the slopes not into their tents. Do you think they need food? I don't know. I looked at the camps and saw their spiritual presence fluctuating. Maybe that's a sign of weakness, but then everyone's presence fluctuated. Doubt it, they've just moved here for a month. I think it's more likely that what they have is barely enough to get by, and they probably have not built any cold cellars or chambers, Ares explained. Refugees may have some skilled builders, but they need resources, tools, and time. Should we help if they need it? I posed this question to the elves gathered. Of course, the manner of aid should also be carefully considered, but to be fair, we only had a surplus of dried branches, fruits, cloth, oil, and potatoes. The meat supply was relatively short as the animals were still relatively recent appearances. Lausanne was the first to answer. Yes, heroes help people, and I would like to help. This child had her head in the right place. Ares agreed while she rocked Roma to sleep. They are refugees and my mistress would have helped. Emile and Belle both nodded as well. I suppose a bit of support will help smooth things out between us. I mean, we do have quite a surplus with the cotton clothes and all. Jura and Laufen agreed last. Very well, a bit of generosity is also a show of strength. Then it is decided we help a little bit. How do we deliver all these things there in this rain? Emile pointed to the cloth and food. It was a concern if these things got drenched. I thought I might be able to do something about that. A bit of wood-forming magic would do. I activated Wood Shield but pointed them upward. The wooden shield functioned as a massive umbrella, and so the elves could load some of the extra cloth, small bottles of olive oil, and food onto the cloth bags at the side of the beetles. There were 3 beetles assigned for transport and utility duty, equipped with cloth bags and compartments at the side. It was a strange feeling to see my first aid convoy go out, with beetles that hauled cloth, olive oil, and some potatoes and fruits covered by wood shields moonlighting as a massive umbrella. Hello, chieftains. Jura arrived at the edge of the centaur tents. They seemed surprised to see him pop out of the forest. Yes, we would like to offer a gift to help your people tide through this first difficult winter. The 2 centaurs, the leaders, rode out into the rain and saw the beetles. These are cloth, some food, some dried wood branches, and olive oil, which you can use to maintain a small fire for lighting. The centaurs paused. Jura unloaded the goods and placed them at the side of the tent. I expanded the wooden shields, and they were as big as a tent. Naturally, these wooden shields could be massive. After all, they were my own protective skills, and they had to be my size. It's a gift. The 2 centaurs shared whispers and nodded. Jura departed once all the goods were delivered and the convoy returned to the main tree. The beetles' cargo was reloaded, and once again they departed, this time for the elves. The elves instantly drew their weapons the moment they saw Jura and the beetles. "What do you want?" the elf chief shouted. He brandished a big sword and wore his armor. He especially covered his head. Jura smiled as his sword remained sheathed at his side. "I'm not here to fight. We have gifts for you." He didn't want to argue with the other elves or talk, really. The elf chieftain might want to argue or shout, so he just unloaded all the cargo, placed them by the side, made a quick explanation of what they were, and then left. The elf chieftain was shocked, but then the other elves shamelessly grabbed the items before he could reject them. Survival came first. Pride could be decided later on. Lastly, Jura made a similar trip to the treefolk. The treefolk nodded and smiled. "I believe we have little need for such items. We are well used to rain and cold weather due to our heritage." Jura nodded. "I see, but it is only fair we leave some for you as well." Actually, we have a request to make, but it didn't seem appropriate in our meeting previously." "What would that be?" "A few of our children are sick from the long journey, and we'd like to know if the tree spirit has any healing items. We are willing to trade what we have for it." Jura paused. "I'll need to check." Later, Jura returned with a basket of healing fruits, and the treefolk promptly administered them to the young treefolk. The long journey caused the younger treefolk to suffer from some kind of movement sickness, a problem that went away naturally for the more mature treefolk. It was nothing fatal, but it triggered a bit of vomiting and temporarily delayed their natural growth. Still, as parents, it saddened them to see their children weak. A simple healing fruit was all that was needed to fix it. As a gesture of thanks, the treefolk's elder gave us a small wooden box. "This is..." Inside the wooden box was a root. "It's a medicine. It helps boost a person's strength, but only take it if you've never taken it before, else it's not so useful." "Ah," Jura returned to the main tree with the box of medicine. "Have you seen this before?" He showed it to everyone else. "It's a root. Do we eat it?" "Yes, that's what the elder said, but only if we've never eaten it before." Ares looked at it curiously. "Ah, it looks like some kind of herb." "Oh, herb, I would like to make that." At that point the root went into the biolab pod for analysis. After an hour, I gained a level. You've gained a level. Level 116. Essence collection upgraded. Essence infusion unlocked. Essence-infused fruits, leaves, and barks now available. Essence-infused subsidiary trees now available. Biolab analysis of specimen completed. New unique tree ability obtained. Limited series tree type unlocked. Magical ginseng plant. Ginseng plant is limited to 3 growing plants at any one time, can be increased with level. The quality of the ginseng depends on the age of the root, overall health throughout its life, essences infused, mana infused, materials infused, the environment and astronomical conditions, etc. Ginseng roots, when consumed, give permanent boosts to various stats, resistances, and abilities. Effect diminishes with subsequent use. Warnings: cultivating ginseng will slightly increase monster spawn rate. Ginseng plant doesn't share any defensive or support buffs of the main tree. Ginseng doesn't work on trees. Year 74, Month 1, Week 1 IT was exceptionally cold. Compared to last year, it just felt much colder this year. Perhaps it was the Demon King's influence that led to last year's warmth, but whatever it was, we didn't like the cold very much. The rain was replaced by snow. Only 3 normal trees were added to the valley. 3. I sensed everything was just less active this season. The energy I received from my subsidiary trees also dropped, and the energy generated by normal trees dropped to a fraction of what it was previously. I supposed that the subsidiary trees and I were considered evergreen trees, therefore we could maintain a portion of our energy output. In the cold, it didn't seem like a good time to test out my new ginseng tree. Of the 3 camps, the treefolk were best suited for the snow. They had a kind of quasi-hibernation state where their bodies slowed down tremendously, and in exchange, They gained a wide range of defensive buffs and also reduced their food intake. In fact, I really wanted to look under the bark of those tree folk. The elf and centaur groups gathered at their biggest camps and burned branches for warmth. The centaur elder had an ability that allowed him to fully extract energy out of the branches, and that kept their fires burning longer. One of the elven men used an ability to keep warm air circulating within their temporary building. Among the refugees, some possessed cold resistance abilities, and for them, it allowed the elves and centaurs to tide themselves through the difficult weather, especially the biting cold at night. I am sure some of them would trade their goods to stay in these warm, cozy rooms, Ares said while reminiscing about her time in the city. In palaces and cities, there were dedicated butlers and maids who possessed the ability to manage room conditions, to the comfort of their lords. Some mayors and lords even had a kind of soften weather effect that reduced their city's heating and ventilation requirements. Well, they had to piss Tree off, so that's not happening, Jura said. It's already very generous of Tree to send gifts and let the elves stay. Are we chasing them away? Lozan asked. I paused. Well, I thought they should go, the elves at least. The elven chief was probably not happy I attacked him, and I had no clue whether the rest of the elves harbored the same sort of aggression. I would have to be wary. They tried to threaten us, Lozan. If they are bad people, they should go. To prison. No, just go away. The cold also brought new creatures. White wolves and horned deer. The white wolves looked for food in the cold and snow, and I noticed a pack of about 10. They were large, about the same size as my already rhino-sized war beetles, and they were equipped with similarly huge fangs and claws. I tried to command my beetles to intercept them, and a warning popped up. Beetles suffer significant movement and attributes penalty in snowy weather. Insects are not adept at winter combat. Half of your beetles are in a dormant state and cannot be awakened. Oh man. Previously, it was just rain, but if it snowed, this happened. Oh, well, at least I learned about this now. Back to the white wolves, and they had spotted the centaurs. Food. I watched through my various subsidiary trees placed throughout the valley, and it felt like I was watching a documentary through night vision, especially with my spiritual sight of a pack of wolves fighting with centaurs. The centaur leaders fought their best, but these wolves were huge, and some of the centaurs collapsed under their ferocious swipes. It occurred to me that maybe I should help, and I wanted the experience. A specimen for the biolab. 2 root strikes flew out of the ground through the snow and into the belly of the largest of the wolves, the pack leader. It growled in pain as the root strike clearly hit and shattered a few bones and punctured a few of its organs. The second root strike penetrated the wolf's rib cage and instantly killed it. The sudden death of the wolf leader sent the pack into a panic, and they fled. As the remaining white wolves fled, I noticed one wolf that fell behind. It was weakened from its injuries. Great. For the biolab, constrict. My roots successfully captured the injured wolf, and a paralyzing jab knocked it out. I sent a few of my active beetles to collect the paralyzed wolf. Experience gains came from killing, but also from learning. Although less, I wouldn't be surprised if there were bookworms out there that were reasonably high level. One of the ways the nobles had an edge over the poor, I supposed, was that their means of gaining levels were wider, through literacy and learning through books. Year 74, Month 1, Week 2, it snowed heavily, so I focused on more academic matters and analyzed the white wolf in my biolab. This white wolf did have a mana spring in its soul, but it was smaller than any of the humans or elves, though it was still larger than the smaller foxes or other animals captured. Relatively, Mila was like Niagara Falls. A regular person was like a small waterfall, and a normal animal was like a small pipe of water. This white wolf was just like a bigger pipe of water. Next was the body. The soul and the body had a symbiotic relationship and formed a feedback loop. A strong soul usually led to a strong body, and vice versa. But in the case of the wolves, their bodies were strong, robust, and full of natural energy, yet a small, almost non-existent soul existed within. It was a common theme, I thought, and I wondered whether this was a feature of non-intelligence or their designated status as animals or monsters. The body was exceptionally strong. A lattice of natural energy protected its bones and claws. There were little sparks of energy in its muscles and joints, a kind of residual mana. I recalled that I saw something similar in Jura's hands and also Mila's, but theirs was almost negligible. I zoomed in. Nothing. Maybe I didn't have the right tools or ability to identify it because I thought I felt magic of some kind. As I looked at the jaws and their teeth, I got a similar feeling. There was something here that I hadn't figured out yet. Ah, well. After I went through every part of the wolf, I was still unable to crack the code. I decided to leave it inside the biolab, sedated. I then asked Jura to go for a dip in the pod. Jura's body no longer had the lingering effects of his trauma, but he said he hit a plateau, and all the monsters he fought no longer gave him any new levels. Jura was currently at level 65. His body was strong, and his soul seemed healthy too. The body, the muscles, and the bones all looked strong and healthy. Well, except for the left hand. But as I continued to watch how the energy from the soul spring instantly got drained by the body, I believed Jura's intuition was right. The soul seemed capped out. The amount of soul energy produced was just enough for it to be at the current level but no further. Like a country with an electrical power shortage, it needed to either have a more efficient use of energy or produce more power. How do we change this? Wisp twirled around. The elf can have an awakening and find his soul strengthened. That can happen, of course. He could consider going on a quest out of his league where he would struggle and then emerge triumphant. Such acts of heroism and pushing against one's limits are sometimes rewarded. Your evaluation of the souls is nothing but an estimate, and reality is an exponential curve. It is possible to climb up that curve. Huh. Still, that implied that there was nothing much I could do at this time. With his strength, it would be quite a long time before you could do anything to his soul. Mila buted in. Upgrade body. That meant I should get ahead of the soul-body feedback loop and try to first upgrade the body, hoping that somehow that dragged the soul along. How could I upgrade the body? Stimulants, surgery, or maybe I should try fixing his left hand first. I wondered whether the natives of this world had techniques to upgrade a body. Actually, how did the ginseng interact with the soul and body? Year 74, Month 1, Week 3 LS Snow. Yay, some of my beetles woke from their dormant state, so now only a quarter were still dormant. More trees, too. From a low of 3 new trees, I was now back to about 10 additional normal trees per week. I needed to prepare for spring, and so I asked the elves to help, and they collected any seeds they saw. I then commanded the beetles to spread the seeds around. The elves, with not much to do in the cold, spent most of their time working on some of the cotton. Jura spent his time tinkering with the damaged airship from the Sala Kingdom adventurers, and by some fluke, he accidentally dismantled what appeared to be the power source of the airship, a basketball-sized crystal, the demon residue demolite. It was the first time I had seen one, so naturally, it went into the biolab. Biolab was unable to analyze sample, analysis unable to proceed. The rest of the small airship was made mostly with regular metals and wood. It was really this magical crystal and the network of enchantments and runes throughout the structure that gave it flight. Perhaps by damaging its enchantments, it therefore lost its ability to fly. Sadly, the runes and enchantments remained incomprehensible to me. Enchantment familiarity missing, language not understood, understanding of runic markings required. Ah man, The biolab's ability to analyze non-biological items was crap. Maybe I would be able to develop a material lab someday. The three camps kept to themselves. Some of the hunters from the elves and the centaurs continued to look for food. They foraged and hunted the rabbits and the small rat-like creatures that now also lived here. Creation of animals was interesting, and I had been trying to catch it happening, but so far I had failed. Every time I took the granular view of the entire valley, just to watch how these animals appeared throughout the forests through the vision from all subsidiary trees, I would get a massive headache. If I kept forcing it, I would lose consciousness and wake a day later. I didn't have enough mental processing power to handle the load. The closest I got was a rabbit that somehow crawled out of the snow. So even if I could see, perhaps the system that spawned these animals had ways to avoid notice. Year 74, month 1, week 4T. Here was a freak snowstorm on day 1, and after that it was sunny. The snow was melting. My mistress is still alive, Ares shouted and jumped happily. Your mommy is alive. She hugged Roma and jumped, and the baby cried. Oh, she's managed to escape with the rest of them, and they are headed here. They slipped past the last of the human settlements and the kingdom's hunters, so maybe in a week or so they will be here. Loffen smiled. That's good, so where would you go after this? Ares paused at the question. What do you mean? I mean, once your mistress is here, you all should have some plans, right? I think we plan on staying here. Ares rubbed her head. Can we? I'll let the mistress know we have to obey your rules and you are in charge. Maybe a spot somewhere in the valley. Jura rubbed his head. No, Tree is in charge. Emil and Bell nodded. Maybe this is like rebuilding Frika. How many of them? She didn't say. More refugees to deal with. Okay, fine. I would have to handle this better than the earlier elves. Year 74, month 2, week 1 IT was finally the tail end of winter. Tree growth was recovering, and that was my focus from now on. I wanted to hit 10,000 trees by the end of the year. It sounded like a big number, but if there was one tree for every 5 meters, an area the size of 1 square kilometer would have 40,000 trees. Earth had somewhere around 3 trillion trees. The beetles were busy spreading seeds, and when they didn't have seeds, they used broken branches they found. I would regularly channel all my tree-growing mojo to boost the growth rate. The more I used it, the more I understood that it was more like an urge, and I got better at controlling it. It felt even easier as the winter finally let up. What are you doing, Tree? Lausanne asked, all dolled up and wrapped in thick clothing. Loffen wasn't letting her go out without winter protection. Growing trees, a lot of them. Oh, I like trees. Why? I like fruits, they are yummy, and I like leaves, they give shade. I didn't recall telling the elves about Soul Forge, but oh well. I suppose they suspected something. The refugees and the mistress should be here soon. Your subsidiary tree skill has leveled up. Subsidiary tree limit increased to 120. Secret hideout biolab upgraded. Autopsy table and precision tools obtained. Pods increased to 10. Year 74, month 2, week 2T. He mistress and her band of refugees arrived. About 400 strong half-warriors, half-escapees. They were a mix of humans, elves, dwarves, and centaurs. Ares quickly stepped in to mediate. I thought she probably saw the early scuffle with the elves and wanted to avoid a similar conflict. In fact, once they were right outside, she ran to meet them before they even entered the forest. She knew I could observe them once they entered the forest. They spoke at length, and of course she took Roma with her. Think they have good intentions? I asked the elves. Nah, I don't think they got good intentions. Jura shook his head. They just want some cover for a while and probably cover from their enemies. But they know your secret password. So, when we designed it, it wasn't meant to give free access to a few hundred people. True. In the end, the rest of the refugees waited at the forest's edge, and only Ares, Roma, and 5 others came in: 2 elves, 2 humans, and a dwarf. One of the elves was a lady, and I sensed something different about her. She approached the edges of the trees, and she was the one who spoke first. I am the leader of this band of unfortunate refugees, here to seek the protection of the guardian of this valley. And why should I? We offer you our services, our goods, and our knowledge, those who we can give, and we will keep our distance from you and your affairs. And we just seek safe passage and protection from the kingdom that seeks to hunt us down. I want no part in your conflict. Mistress Yvonne sighed. I understand, but please help us, tree spirit. There is nowhere we can turn to, and if you push us away, we may as well die. An army is coming our way, and we're too weak to outrun them. You have lured an army here, she gulped. No, when we realized we were already almost here, and you still came here. We had no choice. There is nowhere we can go. Why should I not leave you to die? Yvonne took a deep breath. Because enough. Ares, you lured them here, so you have blame in this. She paused and kneeled. I'm sorry. I felt it's their best chance of surviving. The humans are slaughtering elves by the thousands, and there's no openly non-human-friendly territory anywhere near the Sala Kingdom, except here. I sighed. It felt like I had been led into this conflict. How many are coming? 600 or so, a mix of knights and archers on horseback. If I left these refugees out there, would they let us go? The fact was, I had 3 groups of non-humans already living in the valley, and if they were really hunting down all non-humans, they might very well just set the entire forest on fire. This was maybe something I could handle if they didn't have someone at the level of the heroes. I mentally reached out to Jura. He had been listening in. It's not much of a choice. I think we can punish Ares, this leader of the refugees, and whoever lured them here later, but the fact remains that a small army has trailed the refugees and would suspect this forest is the non-human base of operations, as we already have other refugees. If we defeat this army, what is to stop a larger army from coming here? That's true. If we can somehow pull a feint, like distract the army and lead them somewhere else. These refugees can't outrun this army on horseback. True. And the army may not be a conventional force. They may have mages or specialists amongst them, since they are chasing after this group. Can you see them, tree? Jura paused, took a seat, and tried to think. I tried to reach out to the farthest of my trees and roots. I placed one subsidiary tree in that direction, and it extended my vision slightly, and another subsidiary tree. Spotted. 600 men on horseback. I couldn't tell much, though, but if a conflict was necessary, I could drag them onto difficult ground. They were probably not aware of my abilities as a high-level tree spirit, and so they would march past trees without suspecting anything. So I planted about 20 additional subsidiary trees, all of them containing war beetles, spaced and spread out in that direction, so that it maximized my root coverage. The army passed the trees. No action as expected. Moment we accepted the first group of refugees, I guess we had already taken a stand in this conflict. Jura sighed. Let me march to the 3 refugee groups and ask them to participate in combat. He wasn't exactly right. The moment I had taken on the promise to protect these elves, when Frika was destroyed, I had made the choice to protect this valley. An army marching on us was therefore an enemy, especially a human army that was going to burn up this area. Offer them. Jura turned. Offer. If they are willing to participate in this battle, I will consider lifting restrictions and conditions on their stay here. This is their opportunity to show their worth to me in this valley and earn their right to stay. Jura laughed. A tree spirit truly is wise, to make these refugees fight. Jura nodded and then headed off. I turned to Ares and Yvonne. Get your men ready for combat. I have, very reluctantly, decided to join this conflict. Ares, Yvonne, and whoever suggested all of you come into combat, your punishment will be decided after this battle. Yvonne paused and nodded. Very well. If we live to see tomorrow's sun, I'll take the punishment. Of the 3 camps, only the elves refused to participate. It seemed that they had already decided to leave once the weather improved. The treefolk and centaurs both agreed, and they sent about 20 men each. Jura and about 100 or so men from Ivan's group also prepared. The rest, the women and the children, all hid in the forest. The army approached. Those stinking rebels, is that their hideout? Forest, it's so predictable that it is a forest. Elves, they should have chosen a cave or something. I picked up chatter as they passed a few of my subsidiary trees. I was watching them, looking for special individuals. I don't feel so good. What, you feel like taking a dump? You can take a dump on the elves later. Did Lord Rovas say we can take prisoners? Elven ladies are hot. No, he said kill everyone, no survivors, can't leave any of these rebel scum to breed. Ah man, I hate this armor, why do they insist we wear military uniforms anyway? We're legit now, deal with it. Just then a burly man came around and smacked a few of them with a cane. We're closing in, mages, get ready. A woman rode next to him. Our target is Ivan, Prince Galen's corruptor. It is she who led him into this foolish non-human love affair. Is she hot? She's got away with words. Really? Shut it, we can't let this group escape. If this is their base, let's take it all out. Okay, boss. They just passed the second layer of trees. They will try to fight in the forest, though. No, we burn the forest. Anti-elf tactics 101. Why go into the forest and fight on their terms? Set the forest on fire and we attack whoever comes out. Funny, they just walked past a few trees. They should have attacked the trees then. They have centaurs and dwarves, right? And they can run to the other side. A handful, not enough to make a difference. Another group has already gone on ahead to the other side of the valley. Ah, such genius. Mages gather up and cast a few fireballs into the forest. Let's burn this forest to the ground. Great, that was the cue I'd waited for. Of the 600, about 20 stepped forward and they channeled some kind of fireball. Right when they started, I acted. Poison field. Root field. Roots surged out of the ground and released a kind of toxic fume into the air. It wasn't fast acting but would work. That was followed by 20 root strikes, all at the mages. I hit 18, killing them instantly. Their armor, though metal, didn't hold up very well. The two remaining had some magical instinct and managed to break their fireball chain in time to dodge the surge. Druids. Their horses panicked as the roots and the poison was uncomfortable. They wanted to run. Root surge. I only had 2 uses of this ability per day, but it was very useful as an area attack. Sharp roots emerged in the area around 4 subsidiary trees, and so there were roots attacking about half of the enemy force. What? The root surge, though, lacked the punch each individual root strike had. I reckon they were about a quarter of the strength. Some of the men activated their defensive abilities, successfully blocking the surge. But as an area attack, about 100 or so died, so that was pretty good. Run, guys, we'll need to come back with a bigger army. One of the surviving mages shouted, using some kind of magic to boost his escape. Whoever is protecting them is a very powerful druid, perhaps one of the great elven archdruids. That actually needed to not be said. Some of them were already running when the poison field and root field popped up. I couldn't let mages run, though. So I shot a few more rounds of root strikes and I killed one. The last surviving mage used a string of magical nullification spells. He was hurt but not dead. That cursed elf woman, she's got a backer, must be one of the elven nations secretly meddling in our country's politics. Retreat. I aimed a root strike at the leader, but it hit a magical barrier. It broke through it, but then a metal shield blocked the root strike. You won't get my head that easily. He shouted, and he activated a few magical and physical defensive abilities. Then as he was about to turn back, a shout came from the forest. Charge! Ivan and the refugees charged out of the forest. Honestly, if you were to ask me, that was a stupid decision. Why did she and the refugees charge? Since she was charging, I activated all the war beetles hiding in the 20 subsidiary trees. 60 war beetles appeared and charged into the chaotic mess that was the kingdom's army. The beetles killed a few, but with the stronger, more experienced soldiers it was an even matchup. After all, these soldiers had skills, abilities, and probably some enchanted equipment. The leader, though, smiled and shouted at Ivan. "Ah, you succubus! Decided to appear and fight, eh?" Ivan pulled out a sword, used some kind of ability, and vanished, only to reappear a second later, right in front of the army leader where she attempted a stab. He blocked her strike, and his magical barrier was broken. "Ha, not so easy." He unsheathed his sword and leaped from his horse. Both Ivan and the army leader traded blows. Meanwhile, the rest of the refugees and the war beetles fought. At this point, I stopped attacking and observed the battle. "She's pretty good." Jura laughed, still sitting at the side, not joining the battle. "Aren't you going to join in?" "Soon. I'm just waiting for the trigger." "Which is?" "That woman. She's going to try something." She charged up an ability as Ivan and the leader fought. "Well, sorry, I was gonna have to ruin the surprise." Two root strikes impaled through her body, and she yelled in pain, "Ag!" Both Ivan and the army leader turned to see the woman with one root through her chest and another through her stomach. The army leader looked at Ivan furiously. "Which country is helping you, you treasonous beast?" Ivan shook her head. "None." "Then explain this root magic." Ivan paused. "I can't. I didn't know of it either." "Lies again." The army leader activated an ability and slashed at Ivan at high speed. She, in response, activated something similar, and they were back at a stalemate. He slashed and she parried, dodging successfully. She panted, her breathing heavy. "You can't beat me, you know it." "I can try. Vengeance demands it," he laughed. "I didn't land the killing blow, mind you. It was not me who killed Prince Galen. But you were there, and so you must die." Ivan's sword glowed with a greenish hue. "Oh," the army leader laughed. "I thought I saw a few opportunities for me to throw out a root strike, but eavesdropping on the conversation was a lot more interesting." Ivan disappeared into a whirl of greenish light, some kind of sword dance ability. The army leader laughed, glowed in purple, and he, too, disappeared in a purple glow. The two appeared solely as sparks for the few minutes that followed. When they both reappeared, the army leader looked unscathed, whereas Ivan had cuts all over her body. "See. You can't beat me, and I will make you join Prince Galen soon." Ivan shook her head and forced herself to stand. "Where's that druid of yours, anyway? Ran out of root attacks." "Well, I still had about 50 to spare, but I was more interested in watching. My beetles and the rest of the refugees were still fighting. A few of the beetles had been killed, but they had managed to hunt down the last mage. So with the mage out of the picture, I was actually letting the rest of this play out." About this time, 40 additional refugees joined the battle, the treefolk and the centaurs. They waited for the right time, as they didn't want to join the fight until Jura did. "Oh, treefolk, that explains the root attacks," the army leader laughed. "I'll slaughter them after I kill you." "Not if I have anything to say about it." Jura stepped in front. "Jura," the army leader laughed. "Oh, I'm Waisorius Mofford, also known as the Purple Blade." Jura bowed. "Please allow me to join this battle, as I've been robbed of my prey." "Well, I killed the lady Jura wanted to fight, so, well, come." Jura grinned and activated an ability covering his body in a layer of wood. They traded a few blows, and Jura jumped back. His wooden armor had multiple scratches, but he lived. "Ah, I'm weaker with the sword, but thankfully my defense is a lot stronger." The wooden armor regenerated and the scratches disappeared. Waisorius laughed. "That armor of yours is strong, but if that's all you've got, you won't last." At that point, Ivan stepped up, her body fully healed. "Well, what if it's both of us?" Waisorius paused. Jura activated a healing ability before they started fighting. As Waisorius looked around and saw the rest of his men dying or fleeing, he started laughing maniacally. I see, I'll be back, you cursed witch." Ivan attempted to stab him, but in a flash of light he disappeared. Og. I should have known he carries a ring of escape with him. Huh. There's an item like that, eh? Once the captain left, the rest of the soldiers didn't last very long. It seemed, without his presence, some buffing effects, that he had faded away. Whoever was still fighting was quickly killed by the remaining war beetles, Ivan, Jura, and the rest of the refugees. So the battle ended. The refugees stripped whatever equipment or items they could from the soldiers and then piled the bodies up to burn. Ivan's bunch of over 200 refugees lost about 30 or so men, whereas the 40 treefolk and centaurs lost none, all thanks to a great element of surprise: root strikes and war beetles. War beetles had a taunt ability, which tended to cause nearby enemies to attack them first, and that tanking effect helped minimize our casualties. Add the confusion from the root strikes and root surge, and the army seemed to be concentrated on fleeing more than fighting. Centaurs and treefolk, thank you for your participation in this battle. With this, I'm willing to offer you full rights to your designated areas and also such that each person may chop down 1 tree per year. Ration your wood accordingly. Treefolk, you may trade your wood rights if you don't need them with centaurs, but notify me beforehand. The centaurs and treefolk nodded and returned to their homes. They were glad there were no casualties in their bunch, but they joined the battle late. I later overheard that the sight of roots surging out of the ground was rather scary. From afar, it looked like the earth itself decided to fight them. Which reminded me, maybe I should have a giant worm of my own like the demons. A subordinate giant worm or centipede would be nice. As for Ivan's group, they quickly buried their dead and healed their wounded. Ivan was frustrated, though not that I cared. Her punishment was due, and Jura delivered the message. You survived. Now face punishment, Jura spoke in a small gathering. Ivan sighed. No way out of this. Speak to the tree spirit. Later that day, after all was done, Ares and Ivan both stood right outside my main tree. So what punishment are we facing? Ares, did you know that you were putting everyone at risk by luring them here? Yes, but it was the best decision. You intentionally wanted to get me involved in this. Ivan shook her head. Be honest. I didn't fully believe Ares when she said there was a tree spirit able to protect us. And from my point of view, we had to escape the human lands. Wherever we go, we are going to be hunted, so, since my son is here, I thought coming here made sense. She looked at Jura, and Jura shook his head. Go on. Whatever it is, I didn't realize there was a forest here, and I didn't think they would suspect this forest was a hideout for rebels. In hindsight, it is obvious, but when we were just trying to successfully escape, WWE didn't think that far ahead, so we decided to take a chance on whatever Ares told us. I sighed. How should I punish these people? She was trying to feign innocence, and that annoyed me even more. How? At this point, Wisp appeared in my mental realm. Take her soul. What? What? Like, how would one do that? Make her surrender her soul to you when she dies. I can do that. Yeah. You can mark her soul with a special process. She has to consent to it, of course, and recite a long phrase in agreement to mark that she wills her soul to you. That somehow feels a bit extreme, and I didn't know I have that kind of ability. That sounds like what a demon does, take one's soul on death. Well, it's actually the same thing. The contracts in essence are the same, but demons take the ideas to the extreme, of course. Why would I want her soul anyway? Well, all the souls you see are marked for their onward reincarnation, or whatever the gods have planned for their next phase, and stay in the realm at most for a year, usually 6 months. But if a soul agrees, they drop out of that process and belong to you for 1,000 years. And during that time, you may use the soul as you see fit. Like, well, anything. I shook my head. Sounded exactly like what a demon or devil did. Not exactly what I thought a soul or spirit tree should be doing. How would it work? What else are you not telling me? Or if you think taking away her soul is too much, tell her to give you a few of her levels or skills. What? Another bombshell from Wisp. Wisp was hiding things from me. Well, it's actually a fairly common ability amongst the ancients. High nobles, blue-blooded royalty, and high-level magic smiths, artificers, and crafters. There are restrictions to the origin of your power, of course, And in your case, the person surrendering the levels must be at least level 20, and they can surrender no more than 20% of their levels and no more than 20% of all skills. Okay, Wisp. Infodump there, but it sounded pretty important. I turned to Ares and Yvonne. Rest. I will decide your punishment in a few days. If you attempt to flee, I will kill you. And the refugees. They gulped but nodded. Having seen the roots, they probably realized how easily I could do exactly what I said. Once they left, I went back into my soul realm to Wisp. You and I are going to have a long conversation on what else you haven't been telling me. Oh, I have plenty more, but the information I can provide is dependent on the progress you make on Soul Forge. And if you want to know everything I know, you need an active Soul Forge. Can you tell me more about these soul contracts and surrendering of levels and skills? Wisp bobbed around and then paused. Making a deal for the soul has been common throughout history. When a desperate man sacrifices everything to protect his family, he is making a request to the heavens or hell, or whatever natural aspect is watching at the time in exchange for his soul. It is then up to the nature aspect to decide whether they want the soul, balancing the costs of assisting versus the benefits. Simplify. Granting souls is super common and not forever. As a soul or spirit tree, having souls that won't move on is very useful. Just think of it as an employment contract. Can't I just make her work for me? Well, that's harder to enforce than having a contract carved into her soul, no. Oh, true, it would be like having a slave that couldn't defy you. Well, that was nice, but was that a good punishment? Death felt too cheap. Year 74, Month 2, Week 3 Preying had begun and the beetles were out spreading seeds. I finally decided on the punishment for Ares and Yvonne. Thanks to your selfishness, Ares, you've permanently dragged us into this conflict. This is despite our hospitality to you these past months. Your punishment is that you are to surrender your soul to me and serve us for the rest of your life. My soul. Yes, your soul. You put us in danger, even when we help take care of Roma. This is for putting our lives at risk. She paused, too stunned to respond. Then it was Yvonne's turn. Your punishment is that you will now have to protect this forest for the rest of your life, and I'll enforce that by not having you leave this forest. If you try, I'll kill your people. In exchange, I'll allow your people to share and stay in this valley with me, though, as you're probably aware, I have rules I want followed. She stopped. I didn't think taking your soul was necessary at this point, and I am of the opinion that your combat and management abilities will be useful in managing the coming refugees, but I will be watching you closely. Yvonne paused, thinking. After about 5 minutes, she sighed and nodded. I can accept that. I guess she figured to have me as a protector of the refugees was worth the cost. She dragged me into this conflict. I may as well make the most of it. If this was going to end up in war, I'd better have more bodies to throw at the enemy. I wanted to fight the Sala Kingdom, so this accelerated the entire process, but I was hoping for more clandestine, stealthy methods, by way of sneaky subsidiary trees, but oh well. How are you going to take my soul? Ares looked puzzled. A magic ring appeared around her, an ability I didn't know I had until recently. Spiritual contract judgment. It's essentially a soul contract, but in the form of a judgment. Demons, devils, and the dark gods got a lopsided version known as unfair contracts, which was, well, unfair, but then it was less robust as a result. It had also sneaky abilities like concealing terms and conditions, but all of these resulted in a reduction of the ability grade to a lower tier relative, of course. Except, she shook. She looked at her mistress and then back at Jura, who was watching her. Are you testing my patience, Ares? I wondered whether there was undue influence in this world. She gulped. I'm sorry, is there any other way? No, for the fact that you've dragged me into this conflict and the kingdom knows of this forest, you've made life difficult for me. Therefore, this is an adequate punishment for you. You could have told your mistress to meet you elsewhere, but here we are. Yvonne tried to defend her subordinate. Her soul, it's too much, isn't it? Can't she protect this forest like I do? No, her soul or everyone dies. I probably would not actually kill everyone, but an ultimatum it was. Ares cried. She glanced at Jura, but he just shrugged. After she finished crying, she accepted the punishment, and the magic ring around her glowed, expanded, spun around a while, and then entered her body. It was done. Ares Mafrelaz's soul is now leased to you for 1,000 years. Soul lease will commence upon death. Lease. Wasn't that like renting? She looked around. I thought she must have been preparing for something more gruesome and painful, and after a while she looked at Yvonne. Am I still here? Ares seemed to think she was going to die instantly. Yes. Yvonne nodded, and she too looked puzzled. That's it, I don't feel anything different. Have you taken my soul yet? Oh, not now, when you die, Ares, I wanted to say, so don't die, but then I was sure she knew that. Now that her sobbing had stopped, she looked at her mistress. Oh. That's all, I was starting to think on death wasn't that great a term. After all, it still meant this person got to act out their life for the remainder of their days, which was by no means shorter. It was a painless punishment. Nothing had changed unless they cared about their soul. Oh well, I guessed I would take levels next time. Though having seen Yvonne's combat abilities, having her around would be useful against the fighters this Sala kingdom might deploy. For the soul part, yes. Also, from now on, you serve me. Year 74, month 3, week 1, I loved spring. Thanks to the hard work of the beetles and the regrowing bounty mojo, the normal tree count in the valley surged to 3,800. That was a huge climb, but I guess the season of spring counted toward that. If that continued, I might hit 10,000 a bit faster than expected. Other than that, nothing particularly concerning happened. The kingdom didn't seem to be sending anyone at us yet. As for the refugees, Yvonne's group of refugees set up camp along the right side of the slopes. All the refugee camps started building more permanent structures now that winter was over. The centaurs, now given a certain allotment of trees that they could chop down, started to construct basic houses that resembled stables. Some of them engaged in wide-scale planting of a plant known as the shrub of the fours. It was largely inedible to anyone but centaurs, minotaurs, satyrs, and their kind. It was their staple food. It seemed centaurs could survive on this plant alone, and once the plants started to grow significantly, I wanted to analyze them. The treefolk were incredibly fascinating to observe. Their abilities resembled an inferior version of mine in many ways. They enjoyed being in the sun, and clearly their abilities were affected by the season, their steps faster, their skin and body more vibrant. Their feet had an ability to connect to the earth, drawing energy, nutrition, and even mana. The treefolk used their innate affinity with trees to weave the branches of trees into more structures, and it seemed it was their preferred way of construction, bending trees into shape. It was like large-scale bonsai sculpting. I suspected they had the ability to boost tree growth as well, but I would ask them about it some other day. Yvonne's elves, being the most exposed of the bunch, started with building a mix of houses and fortifications from the earth. Stone walls, stone houses. I was quite amazed at the speed at which they managed to build with the rocks and dirt. They had to cut some of the trees down for the rest of the materials, but with the outburst of trees in spring, the loss was acceptable. The last group of elves were split. A group, about 3/4 of them, were leaving. They only wanted to stay through the winter. The remaining quarter were going to join Yvonne's group. No matter. Year 74, month 3, week 3T. Here was no movement from the Sala kingdom. We initially wondered why, but then the olive oil traders came. For olives, of course. War has broken out, they explained. The kingdom of Nung and the kingdom of Tact have declared war on the kingdom of Sala. Their civil war and slaughter were an opportunity, a weakness, so both of them are trying to take a bite out of Sala Kingdom's territory. Well, that was a wonderful coincidence. Some cash changed hands and olive oils were sold. The Merchants Guild would not be trying to sell information about me, no. Ivan popped out at the trading post. Ah, the mistress herself. The merchants grinned. Well, the kingdom is occupied now, but they are offering good money to find out who is backing your rebellion. Oh, any leads? Ivan laughed. The Merchants Guild has our own theories, but if you mean to share. Ivan shook her head. How is the guildmaster doing? Ah, he is fine. No one would dare touch the guildmaster of the Merchants Guild, even if he is half Minotaur, if that's what you are asking. Ivan nodded. That is good. She handed the merchant multiple letters. I take it the merchants still offer delivery services even to me. A merchant smiled, grabbed the letters, and shoved them into a box of some kind, coins exchanged. I take it you know the terms. No worries, it's to the other kingdoms. Ah, sorry, Lawfen butted in. Do you mind helping us buy some things? Like, oh, one of my friends wants exotic fruits and books about trees. Can you help us procure some? We'll pay you. Ah, I'll look out for some. Year 74, month 4, week 1 He young chieftain and the elves left. I was at 5,300 normal trees. The surge was down to an awesome combination. The hard work of the beetles, this wonderful season of spring, and better mastery of this bounty ability I had. Within the inner circle of subsidiary trees, I finally felt confident enough to start growing my first ginseng tree. Life for the refugees was starting to stabilize. With homes built, their focus turned to defense, preparing for the next winter and potatoes and all the other plants. Subsidiary tree leveled up. You can now have 180 subsidiary trees. Year 74, month 4, week 3, I spread more subsidiary trees farther out as a form of surveillance. And this was when I noticed my increasing inability to manage such a vast area of subsidiary trees. It was too far. So, although the subsidiary trees were giving me vision, it wasn't functioning as an early warning system, and I couldn't camp there to watch over it personally. There was also a hill a distance away, and I wanted to somehow get my hands on more unique minerals and materials. The essence production at this point was still slow because most of my energy was focused on growing trees, which now numbered 6,000. Other than that, there were more refugees, more non-humans, and they all joined Ivan's camp. There seemed to be around 200 of them. It seemed Ivan knew they were coming and had prepared extra buildings to house them, so Ivan's side was becoming quite lively. There were centaurs among the new batch, and they went on to join the existing centaur group instead, but it was a small bunch, only about 30 or so. Year 74, month 5, week 1 Spring was almost ending, and it seemed the growth of new trees started to slow down again. It was now about 500 new trees every 2 weeks, so I stood at 6,500 now. To help support the elves, centaurs, and treefolk, I created subsidiary trees that produced cotton. The deal was that they would pay me 20% of the proceeds should they be sold to traders, but if they made it for personal consumption, there was no tax. Yes, I am taxing the refugees. I call it the cotton tax. In addition, the treefolk and centaur camps committed to providing 30 warriors each to the valley's defense. Ivan's group naturally committed the most, being the largest. They put 200 of their people forward for the valley's defense. They mostly focused on the small monsters and creatures that spawned naturally in the region. And Jura, being the chief coordinator and communicator of the valley, gained a new class, Diplomat. Year 74, month 5, week 2 or refugees. Seriously, the invasion by the two kingdoms into the Sala kingdom seemed to have displaced even more people, sowing more death. I knew of the deaths with my wider reach as I was collecting more souls. My soul realm was filled with little sparks of light, of humans, of non-humans, all the souls making the journey to the other world. They would stay for about 6 months to a year before moving on, so the constant death was currently adding a lot of little lights to the soul realm. It is good that you are approaching an active soul forge soon, Wisp bobbed around. Tell me about other soul-manipulating creatures. I got straight to the point. I had questions I wanted to ask. When you get a soul forge. Ah, I sighed. So do I have a limit on how many souls I can store? Nope. The soul realm can store as many souls as you can possibly have. How's that even possible? Doesn't that break some rules or something? It just does. Wisp couldn't answer, but oh well, magic. Like how the secret hideout was far bigger than my actual tree. Year 74, Month 5, Week 3 M or refugees. After 2 weeks of more arrivals, Ivan's group was touching almost 800, and they were accepting some humans as well. At first, my initial response was to reject them, but then their location, at the edge of the valley, and the assurance of Ivan and her group meant I relented. More bodies to throw at the Sala Kingdom was good. So Ivan and a lot of the earlier elves and humans now took the role of enforcer, and they seemed to have come up with some kind of norms. They also had an unofficial name for their growing part of town, which was located a little farther from where Frika was. New Frika. At first, they wanted to name it after their benefactor, Prince Galen, so the name floated about was Galensburg, but I rejected that idea as it stepped on the history of this place, of Frika. So it was fine then. That new settlement they were working on could be the new town, and the area my main tree was in would be the old town of Frika. I also gained a random level after almost 6 months of not gaining one. Level 117, Timber Farm. Produce average quality timber at a much faster speed. Year 74, Month 6, a small scouting party from the Sala Kingdom was spotted. Their enmity with Ivan had not ended after all. The skirmishes with the Nung and the Tact were just minor distractions. Sala was one of the larger states in the region, and they had sufficient resources to hold both fronts and still pursue their vengeance. For Ivan, this came as a disappointment. Their earlier hopes of making peace in this land were dashed. It wasn't going to be as easy as they initially hoped. I decided to let Ivan deal with it. If they were to make a life in this valley, they had to show they were up for the challenge, so they captured the scouts, interrogated them, and then killed them. I supposed they would be suspecting something when the scouts didn't return anyway. Later in the month, the traders came along, traded some oil, and brought us some exotic fruits. It seemed the olive oil prices had gone up slightly during the wars, so we were paid a little more, though the merchant's share was obviously higher. It seemed Sala's claim over our valley and a few other territories was disputed by the Nung, their point being that Sala's abandonment during the demonic wars rendered their claim moot. The past few months had consisted of a mix of skirmishes and high-level diplomatic meetings, so the disputed area had been declared a temporary no-go zone. But that was ending, as neither budged from their claim, so Sala was coming, and so were the Nung. Peace is but a temporary lie, the outcome of two nations bickering with words. Harvestable products upgraded. Papaya and grapes obtained. Normal tree count, 7,800. Year 74, Month 6, Week 4 M or refugees. Ivan's group was expanding their walls, and a second layer of walls were being built to protect the additional houses now. With the help of timber, some of their earlier buildings were being rebuilt taller, denser. Ivan's group was actually fairly talented. One of them was actually a mayor, and he had taken the role of mayor of New Frika. He was in charge of construction and absorbing the refugee influx. With him were a few counselors and several paper workers, experts at setting up and managing paperwork. It seemed they even got started on making some paper from all the branches and leaves. Another of Ivan's group was a military trainer, and she was in charge of managing the defensive aspects. I suspected the whole conflict stemmed from Prince Galen's skilled retinue, and this somehow threatened the elder prince. Skill obtained, growth surge. Creates patches of normal trees, shrubs, and grasses. Affected by weather and seasons. Year 74, Month 7, Week 2 T. Here was a fair bit of movement at Ivan's side. People were moving in and out. Other than that, everyone was getting ready for another round of winter. Lawfen and the elves dropped by each of the camps, though I kept watch whenever they did. The last thing I wanted was a kidnapping. Though they were new and strangers, it made them happy. They were in a society after all, and elves who stayed alone for too long lost that social connection. Especially the kids. There were more kids to play with, kids their own age. Lausanne in particular found another girl her age, and they played catch in the small town of New Frika. In New Frika, multiple subsidiary trees kept watch. These were so I could look and keep myself aware of what was happening. But I was struggling to keep track of so many things happening at once, especially now that it had grown to almost 1,200 people, not counting the treefolk and centaurs. Year 74, Month 7, Week 4, a RMY spotted, 10,000 strong. They bore the flags of Sala. This was a proper army with swords, armor, knights, and mages. They marched toward New Frika, and as they approached, one man on horseback yelled, "We demand you surrender." No, I had insufficient root strikes to kill that many people. At best, I could take out about 1,000, and that left 9,000 men. The refugees were worried, of course. It was a large force. They talked about running, but Ivan somehow convinced them to stay. Over the past months, they had built a wall to act as a defensive fortification, preparing for this day. 10,000 was a lot, but not all needed to die. If I could get a hit on the leaders and deliver a visible smacking of their morale, perhaps they could be convinced to flee. I think the core group of about 400 are professionals. The rest look like conscripts. Mages. I had in mind a similar strategy to the earlier fight. I wanted to take out the mages first, but they saw how we fought the first time, so they might know that we would try the same. And indeed, there were no obviously visible mages. All of them wore armor, so the suspected mages were likely those wielding staffs or sticks. They would probably show themselves once the battle got into close range. The army closed in. The number of cavalrymen was a lot less this time. The refugees could field about 800 fighters, in total 700 from the camp itself, and 100 from the centaurs and treefolk. Arrows started to fly, and the enemy's leader activated a shield barrier, deflecting the arrows. Some of the arrows, though, were from actual archers, with shield-penetrating abilities, so some still got through. The treefolk used their ability to throw rocks and boulders at the army, and their size and energy meant they were able to pierce the shield. 10,000 mostly soldiers. Something wasn't right. They entered into some kind of turtle formation to reduce the impact of our projectiles, and they drew nearer. Around the walls were my subsidiary trees, and they walked past them. I took this chance to take a closer look. Mages. I knew some of them were, but with the bodies flanking and blocking, I couldn't see them very well. A few of the refugees were also mages, and 2 fireballs flew toward the army, smacking right into a magic barrier. It was at this time a long-range projectile smashed into the refugee mage, killing him instantly. I quickly turned my attention to them. Far away there were 3 men, one holding a long barrel gun, a sniper. However, it was a lot cruder, made of forged crystal, and seemed to use magical bullets. Another one looked like a mage, with the whole wizard gear going on. And the last man was an old man in a complete set of knight's armor. He had a faint, authoritative presence, and the ornaments on his person were magical, which made me suspect that he was probably a lord or noble. "Did you spot the supposed archdruid?" the old man asked. "No," the sniper answered. "Deploying 10,000 men is a little overkill. It's probably those treefolk," the mage said. The old man nodded. "I wouldn't count Ivan out just yet. She's probably got something up her sleeves. The fact that she so brazenly set up a physical camp here suggests she has some kind of backing." The sniper shook his head. "Seriously, there are none of the unusual mana signatures." The wizard shrugged. "Maybe she's just overconfident or tired of running." "Maybe. The sniper turned his barrel around. All these trees are annoyingly tough. He fired, and the projectile pierced through one of my subsidiary trees, but it slowed the crystalline projectile down significantly and softened the blow. The wizard paused, seemingly realizing something. Detect presence. He paused and turned to the Lord. We should leave. The Lord looked dumbfounded. Why don't we have good odds? I sense an ominous presence that stretches this entire valley, not something an archdruid can do. The trees, they are looking back at us. The wizard pointed. I feel them watching us. The Lord stared. How sure are you? These trees, they have a faint killing intent. This is no ordinary forest. That explains why the refugees are stuck. They dare not venture through the valley, so they may as well make a stand here. We might still be able to defeat Yvonne and her band of rebels, but whatever else is here, it's not going to fall to us, not to what we have here. If Yvonne is somehow working with or trying to control whatever lurks in this forest, we may not stand a chance. It's a trap, my lord. The Lord paused and looked at the sniper. What do you think? I trust his judgment. If he says we should leave, we should. He fired another shot, this time intentionally hitting one of my subsidiary trees. It punctured a hole through it and sent a jolt of pain through me. Normal trees would explode on impact. I agree that this forest has secrets. I'll need explosive weaponry. The wizard nodded to the sniper. It is best I report this to the Wizards Guild. A deployment of a much larger group of wizards may be necessary. The Lord nodded. Very well. There is no shame in retreating to fight another day. Call the army back. If this is a trap, we will not fall for it. We would be better placed if we can tap some rangers and shamans for the next fight. And so, the army of 10,000 retreated. It was surreal for the refugees, who thought they would be goners or lose most of their people. The casualties on both sides were relatively small, about 20 to 30, and for Yvonne and her group, it was a huge victory. Skill, Haunted Tree upgraded to Haunted Forests. Did I just scare away an army? I was pretty sure the army couldn't kill me, but I probably wouldn't be able to kill all of them either. Still, it looked like they would be back with a vengeance. So I needed additional countermeasures. Year 74, Month 8, Week 3, TN,000 normal trees reached. Firing up Soul Forge. All the trees in the valley abruptly emitted a faint glow, and it scared the refugees. I felt power surging into me, my roots, all of them overflowing with power. And then a huge thunderbolt from above landed on me like a constant electrical connection. It caused everyone to jump, and the secret hideout shook like it experienced an earthquake. The ground shook, my entire body of tree glowed in a bluish light, and the thunder, like a chain linked to the sky above, trembled and flickered. What is going on? Jura asked. Tree, are you okay? They didn't know. The tree folk seemed afraid. Is the tree suffering through a magical crisis? The centaurs wondered whether this was some kind of divine punishment. The normal trees pushed more energy through their roots, and all of that energy flowed into the once inactive Soul Forge. There was a spark, and a small blue flame popped out and danced in the middle of the Soul Forge. The Soul Forge actually looked like a massive circular jar, and now there was a blue light emitting from within. And then a shockwave followed. The outer bark of my body was shredded by the bolts of lightning as they hopped in and out of my body like a short-circuited set of electronics. You gained 4 levels. Level 121. Skill obtained, Magic Suppression. All hostile magic abilities below Tier 3 are absorbed. Skill upgraded, Root Surge. Covers a wider area and use limit increased. Skill upgraded, Subsidiary Tree increased to 250. Soul Forge. Blue is active. Soul Forge, Forgetry. The physical realms linked to the Soul Forge. Soul Forge abilities unlocked. The power to repair, mend souls. To strip souls apart and put them back together. The ability to add souls to your abilities, familiars, items, trees. The ability to push souls to their limits and beyond. The ability to rank up a soul. The ability to fuse soul fragments whole and create artificial subsouls from ordinary soul fragments. Wisp shook, and then he split into 3 wisps. 2 then circled around the soul forge, orbiting it. You've done it, an active soul forge. Where do I start? I suggest, given your now expanding reach, you need assistance. Okay, lead the way. Not all souls were suited to make the journey to the afterlife, the ether dimension where souls returned, the wisp explained. Souls, though extremely durable, did fracture, crack, and decay from the presence of the outside world. Some souls were torn by the magic of men between life and death. Some souls were stuck, lingering, seeking vengeance or salvation. Whatever it was, some souls couldn't make the journey, and for these souls they decayed into fragments. But it wasn't the end. Eventually, in the eternity of time, enough of these fragments would pool together and form a soul body, one able to make the journey into the afterlife, where the administrator of souls could restore them and send them onward to continue the eternal duty of souls, to reincarnate into the next life. A soul forge assisted in this repairing and renewal process. It fused the fragments of ordinary decayed souls into a soul body, and the soul body then made the journey to the afterlife. But it left behind a frame. It was an artificial thing, not possessing the limitless, self-sustaining life force of a soul, but yet it was close enough. To use an analogy, the soul was comprised of a car, an outer layer, and a driver, an inner layer. The decayed souls were broken cars, unable to continue their journey to the other side. The soul forge forged the broken parts of multiple broken cars together, such that together they could make that journey. But once that journey was made, the inner layer, the driver, disappeared, but the outer layer, the car, remained. This outer layer was the artificial soul. Like a person without a heart, it was close but not the same. And with this artificial soul, we upgraded one of my very first abilities. Soul Forge is fusing autopilot with an artificial soul. Autopilot has transformed into Forest Mind Level 1. You may now name Forest Mind. Trevor. I wanted Trevor, but never mind. I am Trevor, Level 1 Forest Mind. Greetings, Master Tree. It speaks. I can handle the administrative, defensive, and organizational aspects of the valley on your behalf, and as I gain levels, you may select the skills and abilities I gain. Please assign me a duty. Year 74, Month 9 IT was as if I was playing a strategy game, and now I had unlocked the radar, giving me access to mini-maps, live indicators, and numerical representation of all the things going on before, just now with much better detail. An example would be the normal trees. Previously, I had data indicating how many trees were connected to me via RootNet, but now that data was a lot more granular, like how many of those trees were producing seeds and fruits, the average age of trees, the estimated fertility of the ground, and estimates of how many trees would be added. The merchants have been spotted to the southwest, sir. Yes, I thought I preferred sir over master, and my alarm system. Good. The elves are on their way, with the olives. There were certain things innate to Trevor, things that didn't need to be taught because they came naturally. Things like tree management, boosting growth rate, checking for new foreign objects, and managing mining and essence extractions. Master, I gained a level. Yes, good. He was now level 5 after a month of practice. There was a limitation with artificial souls, though. Artificial souls started off with a level limit of 20, and to break that, I needed to upgrade the artificial soul or fulfill certain set criteria. As they got upgraded, their abilities grew, but according to the wisps, so would their tendency to misbehave. So in a way, artificial souls generally became less stable as they grew. But this was also influenced by various factors, such as the skill of the soul forger, the power of the soul forge, and various other unknowns. Another was that Trevor leached off my knowledge and fused it with its innate knowledge of tree stuff. So, While it could handle forest-related matters superbly, it struggled to even talk about communicating with its inhabitants. In fact, that communication it had with me was due to the fact that it was synchronized with me, and therefore it could relay its message to me specifically. So, in a way, I had an assistant no one knew about. That wouldn't matter to the elves, would it? How about me? Mila popped by. Her soul was damaged by the journey, but I had used the soul forge to repair her. Still, it wasn't a complete repair. It seemed I would need to find additional upgrades for the soul forge to fully get back her power. I haven't thought of how to best use you, and you are due for reincarnation, no? Oh, I spoke to Nabuo last night. He said I can stay for 1,000 years before I return. Who's Nabuo? Oh, the reincarnation god. Huh. I thought his name was Mozart. Or were there multiple reincarnation gods? Why? Oh, he assumed my soul was destroyed by the demons and would take a longer time to get back into the system, so he didn't arrange a subsequent reincarnation for me yet, so he says I can hang around for 1,000 years. That's awfully long for him. Oh, time flows differently in the ether realm, it's like super fast there. Mila's soul bobbed around. Really? Well, I supposed it was like saying flies had short lives, and perhaps to these gods our lives were like flies. Trevor, any suggestions? No, sir. Souls are not my area of expertise. Would you like a combat role? Mila's soul spun. No, I did a lot of fighting with the stupid demons, so I could help with defenses if you need it, but something more domestic. What do you like? I like dancing, I like kids. I used to volunteer as a kindergarten assistant playing games and stuff. Anything else? Mila seemed slightly annoyed. Why can't you just pick something? Can't I change it if I don't like it? Wisp, is the soul forge fusion reversible? For artificial souls, no. The disentangling process will shred them to a soul frame outer layer. For normal souls, yes, but the normal souls have a cooldown period. You are right, Mila. It looks like you can change if you don't like it. I was afraid that it was an irreversible effect, in which case a mistake would be terrible. I see. Well, I do like exploring places, eating food, and talking to people. You know, like a tourist. I think that would be nice. A tourist, eh? I can't create human bodies, so too bad. At most, I can make a wooden puppet. Wait, a wooden puppet might be a good idea. Is that it? I asked. I also like to draw and paint and hang out with my siblings. Sorry, I suddenly thought of it. Don't you miss your family or whoever where you came from? I suddenly missed my nephew too. Mila paused. I do. But like I said, time moves differently for different places, relativity, interdimensional time-space, and all that mumbo-jumbo. This 1,000 years is not going to be 1,000 years in my home. Nabuo say he can send me back without my memories to the exact moment before we had the bus accident, and that accident would then not happen. According to him, the only thing I will get from this world once I return is strange, unusual dreams. Yeah. Things will be back to the way they were, and all I get is a dream. Like primary school essays, where you wake up and realize it's all been a dream. Exactly. Do you like doing research? No. How about you just pick something? I don't know, seriously. Yeah. Any ideas? I looked at the original Wisp and he turned away. I took that as a no. Can you just be my secretary then? Sounds lewd. No. Year 74, Month 9. Week 3 tea. Here were patches of subsidiary tree, with grapes and papaya and all the different refugee groups as a form of dietary supplement. The refugees of New Africa had swelled to 2,000, boosted by the victory over the large army. So New Africa was bustling with activity as they tried to cater to the needs of a growing town, with Yvonne and her group of advisors the unelected leaders. Most of the new refugees were mostly escapees as the war with Nung and Tact continued to devastate that region. I bring a troublesome news, tree spirit. Jura nodded and sat at one of the tables in the inner circle of trees. He sipped on tea made with leaves and then continued. Yvonne's group is planning to send a delegation to Sala to negotiate a truce for coexistence. Oh, how was that troublesome? Was it not worth trying? The refugees themselves, though, don't think that is a good idea. Many lost friends and family to the brutality of the Sala kingdom like us, and enmity is not going to accept a truce. Personally, I think Ivan still wants to coexist peacefully with humans. So, the mood amongst the refugees is a bit conflicted. They are aware their options for revenge are limited, but they feel injustice and dissatisfaction at peace. And some of them think you should decide whether a truce would be a good idea. Yes. Do you think Sala would hold on and honor a truce? Well, so a truce is a good idea because it buys time. It gives us just cause to retaliate. Jura paused and then nodded. Yeah, maybe. Now that it was decided, I turned my attention to artificial souls. Thinking of making another? Wisp asked, clearly knowing my thoughts. Yes, but I have much to think about, considering I have only sufficient fragmented souls to make 4 more for now. People die, and over the eternities you will gather thousands, maybe millions of souls. Life in this world is so fragile after all. Ah, true, do these artificial souls die? Yes, if they get destroyed, kinda like computers then. It was then we directed our attention to the forge tree, a large tree located on the outer ring of my circle. Black in color, as if the tree itself had been scorched, it was split into 5 from top through the middle of the trunk. At the bottom there was a big black hole into a pitch-black screen, and Jura gulped as he stepped in. Soul Forge activating. Merging artificial soul, tree familiar, essences of earth, and 50 essences of bear. Familiar has transformed into a bear-shaped tree eidolon, level 1. You may name it. Bamboo. Jura walked out of the forge feeling a little dazed, wondering what happened. It was then that a smoke-like thing started to appear out of his skin. It then accumulated, spun, and swirled before transforming into a bear made of branches, twirling and spinning together. Hi. A loud, hoarse voice broke the soft, rustling sound of the forest. Jura jumped. What? The bear took a few steps and stood on 2 legs like a grizzly. I was once your familiar. With the blessings of the tree spirit, I have now transformed into an eidolon. Eidolon. I would let Jura figure it out. Next was a giant war beetle. The soul forge took a whole day to merge a war beetle with an artificial soul, but when it was finally complete, a large war beetle emerged. War beetle has transformed into Beetle Knight level 1. You may name it. Horns. Master, it spoke to me telepathically. Great, Horns, you shall lead the beetles. As you command. To assign more artificial souls, additional trees are needed. Ah, it seemed each of these artificial souls derived some form of control and energy from me indirectly. You obtained a beetle commander. Each tree with insect warriors has expanded to 5 beetles per tree. You leveled up. Level 122, Poison Field upgraded. Ah man, I was hoping for some greater Aya abilities. Between all the other boosts and support I got, I probably had sufficient Root Strikes and Root Surge to kill 2,000 men. If all died at a single Root Strike, the remainder would depend on the beetle army I oversaw. If a large army of 10,000 came along again, the citizens of the valley would be done for. Year 74, month 10T raiders came by and brought news and money. Sala was winning the war against both Nung and Tact, so they might soon turn their attention back to us again. The traders also needed another load of olive oil. It seemed it was a rather popular product. They asked the elves whether the olive oil production could be expanded, and they replied, maybe. New Africa was growing, and a further big influx of refugees resulted in a growth to almost 3,000. Food shortage was a problem, and so these refugees started engaging in hunting the nearby monsters, but Ivan directed them instead toward the open fields and lightly forested areas where the less hostile animals and monsters spawned. We need food. Winter will be here soon. Jura paused. Food. Can the tree spirit help? The tree spirit is not the solution to everything. Jura shook his head. Thank you for speaking up for me. Ivan and another of the senior New Freaka leaders looked at each other. Surely he can do some things, Jura paused. Perhaps help with some fruits. Fruits don't grow in winter. That was a lie, some fruits did grow in winter, especially with my winter resistance. Perhaps someday I would even get a greenhouse-like ability. It sounded like a farming game then. Perhaps sprinklers too. Would I be a farm tree then? I will speak to the tree spirit. Ivan nodded. Please. If the refugee situation grows even further, we will have a food crisis over winter. Then why are you still accepting more? I can't turn them away. I made an oath to the gods when we started this fight before this to accept the non-human refugees to offer safe haven to those who sought us out. God's oath, Jura asks. Yes, to Moria. That's one of the lesser minor gods, not Gaia. Ivan didn't answer and Jura took the hint. So please ask the tree spirit for help. I will ask. Just as Jura was about to walk away, Ivan stopped him. Also, can the tree spirit create a tree in New Freaka? We can cater an area where a quiet sanctuary can be created. Oh, why? The refugees have spiritual needs, a place for prayer, ceremony, and faith. Jura nodded. I see. I will speak to the tree spirit. It seemed Ivan and her team still couldn't identify which trees were actually my subsidiary trees. Camouflage. Oh well, can you let us know the tree spirit's decision tomorrow? I will try. Later, once they left, Jura sat on a wooden stump right outside the secret hideout. What do you think? Did you hear what they said? I paused. I supposed if we did assist, they might soon expect it annually. There must be a cost to it, so they must bear a price for my assistance. Power and abilities should not be given freely as there were consequences. Potatoes, offer them potatoes, but it comes at a price. I demand a magical item in exchange. Jura paused. What sort of magical item? The number of potatoes I will nourish depends on what magical items they offer me. Oh, as for the tree for New Freaka, I am fine with that. How's the Eidolon coming along? Jura stood, and then suddenly wooden armor surrounded him, and that armor looked like a grizzly bear, his arms and claws made of wood. He took a few steps, and his posture and gait were like that of a giant bear. This is my new form, Ursa mode. So how is it? Not bad, I feel stronger, faster, but without a real opponent I will not really know how well it performs. Get Ivan. Jura paused. You want to show this to her. It is fine. It is not as if she can do anything about it. Jura nodded and left for New Freaka to inform Ivan of the decision. Later that evening, a clearing was made in New Freaka that had been designated as a space for a subsidiary tree. And indeed, overnight, a tree appeared in the middle of that space. Year 74, month 11T, he artifacts offered were uninteresting. Rings, daggers, all with mild enchantments. The possessions of the refugees were not spectacular, or perhaps they were not hungry enough to offer what was truly valuable. But they did offer quite a few, about 30, so as a result, they received about 3,000 large potatoes, which spawned right next to their town. This level of precision was made possible by Trevor. Other than that, the month was quiet. The cold was coming again. Winter was starting. Lausanne, now almost 6, was starting actual combat training since she was still holding on to that hero idea. Brislech and Wallen were old enough and yearned for social contact, so they demanded a move to New Freaka, even though Laufen had been a great caretaker. I guessed even elves went through that teenage rebellious phase. Belle and Emile, though, seemed to remember the destruction a lot more vividly than the younger kids, so they were staying put. Maybe they wanted to do work other than preparing olives. Jura shrugged and let them go. I gave both Brislech and Wallen a regular tree familiar just for protection, and Trevor would help me monitor them. Elsewhere, my beetles explored a bit farther, just to get a sense of what was out there beyond the valley. Once again, this was made possible by Trevor and Horns. Beyond the valley, farther down south, were the ruins of Motten where I once stayed. It seemed after the demonic wars it was never actually rebuilt. Even farther south was a region under the Nung kingdom, known as Rufas, and it was where the region's temple of Gaia lay. Rufas was also a border city with Sala, and Moten in times past had frequently changed hands between Nung and Sala. A small town with few defenses, they often just surrendered when threatened. I suspected the temple of Gaia I once was in was there, but I couldn't be sure. Perhaps there were many, and I wondered whether the caretaker and Jua's body were still there. Rufus was large, heavily fortified, and I had little insight to its interior beyond a spying beetle. To the east and west were large fields, now populated with wild buffaloes, goats, and some smaller animals. There were also monsters, but they didn't attack the regular animals. On the eastern side, as we headed farther, there were the ruins of multiple different forts. Some were being rebuilt, but most remained as ruins. The damage and ruins looked fairly new, and the fields were littered with the dead. After that, the eastern terrain deformed even more, and it looked as if the area had seen some really serious demonic battles. At that point, the beetles returned. It seemed that was as far as they would go from home. It seemed there was a maximum range available to them, even with Horns' extended range support. On the western side were first the fields, then some regrowing forests, and then some more ruins before the mountains. Moving on, there were some hot springs, then some lakes, and after that, a chain of active volcanoes. On the northern side was where the demonic rift used to be. It was still mostly barren, and the beetles were frequently attacked by rather fearsome monsters that appeared there. Horns advised a larger squad of beetles, should I intend to actually explore the areas closer to the demons. Year 74, month 12W in Tur. Potatoes. The beetles slept even Horns was operating at half strength. Winter was even colder than the previous year, but thankfully, most of the refugees were well prepared now. With some decent housing, heat retention from thicker walls, and a good stockpile of firewood, all the refugees were having a much more comfortable winter. The centaurs, over this whole year, had constructed multiple large tents, with multiple layers of cloth and skin that helped slow down heat loss. They also built, with the aid of the treefolk, some drainage to help manage the rain that occurred frequently during the winter months. Potatoes, of course, were there as a reserve food. The treefolk apparently also had a habit of storing food underground apparently. They had a kind of magic that made a kind of fermented vegetable. It was their version of the winter cache, using cabbages mixed with all kinds of chili and vinegar. Oh, and during the month, I gained an additional food variety, harvestable crops, apples, winter resistance upgraded. The essence generators extracted all sorts of essences from the surroundings. So now that my roots extended the entire valley, it seemed it extracted from all the deaths in the valley. Year 75, month 1s now. Cold, cold snow. Jura had a few sparring matches with Ivan. Ivan was stronger in pure sword fighting due to her past experience as the right hand of the prince. But then, once Jura activated his Ursa form, his speed, strength, and natural defenses shot up and Ivan was no match. Bare form, a summoner's ability, or perhaps a beastmaster. I have no clue, Jura replied, being honest. I doubt Bamboo knows that much about his abilities either. Other than this, the delegation they sent to Sala had returned. One of them, at least. And the leaders all rushed to meet him. "Milady, the kingdom has agreed to a truce." Everyone was happy, but then this was too easy, so they asked further. What are the terms? "We are to take in all of the non-humans in the kingdom. In doing so, we have to pay a compensation of 10,000 gold coins a year for the next 10 years. Ivan paused. All, 10,000 gold coins. They are extorting us, these terms. Ivan paused again. Any more? Your life, madam, they want your head. Year 75, month 2 Yvonne agreed to the truce, with a few modifications. Her death came after 2 years of peace. She didn't see herself as being so valuable that her life mattered more than the security and safety of the non-humans she swore an oath to protect. In fact, she felt it was a fitting way to die, a martyr's sacrifice, a trade of her life for 2 years of truce. The second modification they proposed was to have the gold payment reduced, paid quarterly, and the first payment commencing after a year of peace. The Sala kingdom accepted the modified terms. Why? One was that they still managed to get rid of all the non-humans under this truce plan, and giving this space for Ivan to integrate the non-humans was ideal. In fact, it was probably their main goal, to create a human-only environment. There was racial tension, and getting rid of those troublesome elements was worth it for Sala, from a unity perspective. If they wanted to create a united kingdom, this might be one way to do so. The loyalties of these non-humans was always suspect, even though there was no evidence showing non-humans as more disloyal than humans. Money was hardly an issue for a wealthy nation like Sala, and perhaps there were factions within Sala who saw additional benefits of getting rid of the non-humans. Sala no longer had to maintain multiple prisons, detention camps, armies and soldiers to patrol their lands. In fact, to be able to reduce their logistical load and manpower need was probably what they wanted, so they could direct these resources to their current, ongoing conflict with the Nung and Tact. It was a concession they agreed to make, to deal with what they saw as a larger enemy. As for Ivan, the very fact that they still got to kill her, even if after 2 years, without having to resort to war, was a net save for their military. They got to focus on other fronts that gave them just cause. In fact, her agreement either way was as good as an admission of guilt. So even if this new Frika decided to wage war someday, Sala was the one that was right. The neighboring kingdoms would be less likely to come to our aid, and they would be able to use overwhelming force and even underhanded methods without losing support of the humans. Thinking it through, Ivan may have signed herself and New Frika into a tough truce deal. But this was a positive outcome for her as she got peace, and she could better ensure the safety of the non-humans. Anyway, it was a decision Ivan made for New Frika, and it was probably a good decision. For me, I was initially a little peeved, but then as I pondered the issue, perhaps this would allow me to better investigate the culprits of Frika's destruction and focus my vengeance. After all, if they had less reason to suspect and enter into battle with us, I could keep my abilities hidden, unknown, and I could use that as a surprise attack. If they realized someone was constantly using roots to attack, they might well chop all the trees down as a defensive measure. Also, the traders brought news of the Demon King's corpse. The location had been discovered, but approaching the Demolite had proven to be exceptionally challenging as the location's gravitational field had been disrupted, and so the entire area was floating in the sky. Add to that, the place was crawling with fire elementals. But most importantly, the traders brought something I had been trying to find for a long time: a register of recorded spirits and magical places in the region, in addition to a rudimentary map where the nearest magical ley line was located. A ley line. I wanted one. The nearest one was actually close to the ruins of Motten, so Horns investigated, as Jura refused to leave the valley. The Beetle squad took about 3 days to get there, only to discover that it was actually a small dungeon. Dungeon A. Conventional thinking. I would need to break the dungeon core to get to the ley line, but I wondered whether it was possible to hijack the ley line without having to mount an assault on the dungeon. In either case, having confirmed the location, I started spawning subsidiary trees in a line. This process took 60 subsidiary trees, as the gap between each tree was about 1.5 kilometers, and now I had a string of subsidiary trees that formed a link all the way to the dungeon. Somehow, this reminded me of those strategy games where I sent a scout in a straight line, cutting through the fog of war. The dungeon was pouring out a ton of monsters, mostly low-level ghouls, zombies, and skeletons. The beetles and horns had to constantly fend off the group of marauding skeletons and zombies, but with a subsidiary tree nearby, they were able to regenerate and hold back the horde. This was where I discovered I had a problem. My war beetles were big, the size of rhinos, but the dungeon entrance was only big enough for 3 of them, side by side. And having so little space also meant the beetles lost a few of their combat advantages, i.e., their charge attacks. They did have very strong armor, but if there were stronger monsters in the dungeon, these beetles were kinda sitting ducks. "Sire, I suggest we stay put and control the area for now," Horns telepathically communicated. As an artificial soul linked to me, he could transmit his message to me directly, though he lacked any mouth that was capable of speech. So even though he understood language, he could only speak to me and the other artificial souls. "We could set up defensive positions," Trevor asked, also interested in this new expansion. "It's a dungeon," Mila poked her head in, seeing what I saw. It seemed she was able to share my vision. I wasn't sure how she was able to do that. Outside in the open, the beetles could crush and ram the undead easily and render them useless. But as an experiment, I sent a few beetles into the dungeon anyway, and as expected, they died once they were trapped. Dungeons with narrow passages were not the best places for oversized beetles, so I needed a different strategy. Achieved long-distance connected routes, unlocked new skill, far-reaching routes. Subsidiary tree has leveled up. Limit expanded to 400. Year 75, Month 3T. He truce between Sala and New Frika was signed. Refugees were expelled. More than 3,000 new refugees came that month, and New Frika soared to 7,000 in population. Massive construction was happening, but thankfully it was spring, so there was a huge surge in new tree growth by myself and Trevor. And then there was also the dedicated timber farms, which produced no energy, as all of its energy was used to create more wood mass, meaning an ample supply of wood. The new people were a mix of elves, centaurs, dwarves, and some humans, as there were some families where the humans intermarried with non-humans. Mostly humanoids, as they were the most acceptable to the humans, but still not enough. Yvonne and her team were busy, and they expanded the town right next to the valley. The forest was off-limits to the newcomers as there were monsters appearing. They were insect types, but they generally hunted the animals. It was also to prevent the newbies from breaking the rules that had been set up. Of course, there were those that tried anyway, so that was when the war beetles scared the shit out of them. Anyway, back to the undead dungeon. The stalemate was still ongoing. I couldn't get into the dungeon, but they couldn't get out either. Using additional subsidiary trees, I created a defensive line outside the dungeon, and any of the undead that appeared were instantly killed by Horns and their team. Horns hit his level limit of 20, and I was sad. His combat and support skills were quite interesting, but he had nothing useful in tiny dungeons. How do I upgrade their level limits? For who? Different unit types have distinct things, Wisp bobbed around. Let's say Trevor has also hit his limit. A forest mind would require a brain. Unlocked special tree type, root brain complex, requires special minerals to grow. Special minerals required are 10x blood crystals and 50x fresh animal heads. The what? Guys, I got a task for you, I told the elves. As you wish. Jura found some of his skills upgraded recently, and strangely it made his behavior a little weird. How about me? Can I help too? Lozan asked. She followed Jura everywhere these days. He was her combat mentor after all. UHIT depends whether you'll be in danger. It later emerged that the blood crystals could be bought, and they weren't overly expensive. But Jura would have to raise some money for it, so we needed to either earn it or get it via other means. The olive sold provided a good sum of money, but it was insufficient to afford blood crystals. Is there any loot from the dungeon you found? Loot. Things that are dropped by the monsters or creatures. I don't know. I can't actually see it that well. Trevor Horns, is there any? My vision was mostly on living things and items made of mana. Inanimate, mana-less objects appeared as outlines, and frankly there were so many of these objects, I couldn't tell if they were any different. Yes, sire. There are some items dropped by the zombies and skeletons. We didn't pick them up as we don't have hands, but they look like ordinary items, sire. Horns, tell me next time. I later sent Emil and Belle with a protective group of beetles to pick up the loot. It turned out zombies and skeletons did drop some low-quality loot, but loot was still loot and it could be sold for cash. And then I realized I asked the wrong question of Wisp. How do I upgrade Horns? I mean, if I did want to do more things around the valley and the region, Horns was the best candidate. Wisp paused him. I don't know actually. I was stumped. This must be a deliberate challenge. The system wanted me to figure it out myself, so when Horns returned to the valley, he went into the biolab. Under the microscope, the Warbeetle Knight's body was unlike any other. The body was dry and flaky, and there was a tiny spring of mana in the middle, which I thought was from an artificial soul. Unlike normal souls who poured out clear mana, the mana from this spring was light blue, as if somebody mixed flour and blue coloring into it. The body, the vessel of said blue mana, was dry and cold. Body mana type compatibility is low. Body absorption ratio is low. The biolab had tooltips and indicators. I focused on the spring, and another set of tooltips emerged. Mana generation ratio hampered by low synchronization with external environment. It looked like a lot of work was needed. I didn't recall seeing this many tooltips before, or was it because of the upgrades? Or the Soul Forge? I could do with a lab assistant, so I wondered whether I could fuse the biolab and an artificial soul. Maybe I should do that next anyway. Back to the body. I recalled there was a freshness, a softness when I looked at Mila's body. It seemed like the mana poured out of the spring, and the body lapped it up. Even with all the other bodies I had seen, the body lapped up and absorbed all the mana it produced. Was this because I forced this creation? The body didn't absorb this foreign soul suddenly thrust into it. If that was the case, did I need to begin a phase of introducing the artificial soul's mana to the vessel before performing the merge? Soul Forge Annex added. Mana soaking facility and compatibility tester. Biolab upgraded. Additional lab tools obtained. Sounded like the answer was yes. Still, I had a problem now. In Horns, the body and mana had low compatibility, so how did I fix it after the fact? Was there some kind of medicine I could make? Or maybe I needed to find some way to modify the body so that it absorbed and became more compatible with the artificial soul it housed. Never mind. At the way things were going, I would find out. I wanted artificial souls and assistants, and that lay line. Trevor, how many trees are growing this month? We are on track for almost 2,000, sire. At the current rate, the normal tree count would stand at around 13,850 at the end of the month. If 10,000 could support 3 artificial souls, would 20,000 support 6? Sire, we require some precious gems like emerald, topaz, or diamond. Why? The rootnet will hit max load at 20,000 and needs to be upgraded. There is an energy transmission capacity, and these precious gems can be used to upgrade the roots. Like power cables. Damn, I had so many competing priorities. Could I mine these minerals somewhere? Are there any mines or locations where this is available? The map says there are some abandoned mines closer to the Demon Rift. There is no data available on the resources available or whether anyone lives there. How many of these gems do you need? About 10 kg worth in any mixture, sire. It is sufficient to upgrade the main 8-directional routes that form the backbone of the rootnet. We are already consuming copper to upgrade the existing root networks. Fine, let's send horns and the beetles there. But what about the dungeon? Ah, true. Damn it. Could I get the refugees to do it? Hey, I am still trying to get money for the blood crystals, so I am busy. Jura shook his head. He wasn't keen on the dungeon or the mines either. He was just planning how to sell all the loot. Laufen, Bell, and Emil were not fighters, so they were out too. Can we try to buy them like blood crystals? If we produce more olive oils, maybe we can buy them. I think it won't make a dent. Such gems are expensive, no. As we all discussed the matter, I asked, "Hey, Trevor, what's considered a precious gem?" Emeralds, diamonds, topaz, rubies, pearls, aquamarine, garnet, almost anything crystalline. Ah, I wondered how Trevor knew such things sometimes. I leech off your knowledge, sire. When we are created, we take a snapshot of what the Soul Forge thinks is relevant to our roles, and periodically we get additional knowledge from you and Wisp. Wait, are you saying the Soul Forge is sentient? Wisp suddenly popped up. No. The Soul Forge has a certain categorization of information that it needs for each kind of role, i.e. combat, support, administrative, magical, and social. Your memories and knowledge are also classified into such categories, and the Forge will match those roles to the knowledge. How about you? I mean, Wisp knew shit I didn't, so it must have come from somewhere. I have inherited knowledge granted to the Wisps of all soul trees, from the Nameless Mother herself. The Nameless Mother. I wondered whether I could meet her. Maybe I should dig really deep. Maybe she was hiding deep underground in the heart of the planet. Year 75, month 4, Y Vaughn and the leaders of New Freaka came to beg for aid. Their population had now boomed to 10,000, and they had a real problem feeding and housing them all, even with the massive buildings they were assembling. There seemed to be some observers from Sala there, too, to ensure the truce terms were complied with. Their problem was multifold, really. Housing, food, how to make money for their truce obligations, and how to control such a large, restless, and unhappy population. As they lived on the periphery of the forest, building and farming on the lands that were not yet forested, I left it to them. As long as they didn't encroach on the forest, I could allow space for Ivan's group. I offer my soul. Ivan kneeled, begged, really. Anything, tree spirit. At this point, you are the only one that can offer us hope. No. One tiny soul to aid so many refugees. What did she take me for, a charity? Then her entire council of 15 men kneeled. We offer our souls as well. We have fought long and hard together for the dream of Prince Galen and Lady Ivan's non-human state. Here we have a great chance to achieve it, and with the powers of a great tree spirit we can achieve it. 16 of your souls for more than 10,000 refugees. Yes. Is that a good trade? I asked Wisp. No idea. The 16 kneeled. Everything we have to offer in our remaining lives. Please, to house, to feed, to protect a fledgling city. A great tree spirit can do more than we can. Well, that was because your levels are so low. If one was a high enough level, one would get tremendous op abilities, would they not? No, not good enough. They looked at each other and decided to go back to New Freaka. New Freaka, at 10,000 inhabitants, sprawled across the entire southern valley, essentially blocking off access to the forests that I lived in. No matter. As the ginseng grew, it seemed that stranger, more powerful monsters spawned in the forests. Things harder for the beetles to defeat. On some days, larger groups of monsters appeared. Ginseng has reached stage 1 maturity. You may direct its next stage of growth. Stage 2 growth choices are mana growth and mana pool size. Your mana will reduce by 1% for the entirety of the stage 2 growth period. Physical stat growth, tree growth, reduced by 5% during the entire growth period. Grant unique skills, stronger monsters will appear during the entire stage 2 period. Environmental choice, grants title Survivor of the Valley. Title provides high-tier natural regeneration and increased defense. There are 20 stages to the ginseng. Each successive stage increases monster spawn and stronger monster types that will try to consume or destroy the ginseng tree. Was this a protect the tree mini-game? I picked unique skills because why the fuck not? Year 75, month 4, week 3 he stalemate continued. There was a dungeon I wanted to invade, and yet I sucked. Repeatedly attempting to charge into the dungeon seemed to have created stronger zombies and undead, so if I wanted to get to it, I had better attack with a strong force able to wipe it out in one go. Meanwhile, far-reaching roots increased the distance between the subsidiary trees further, essentially doubling it. I was now trying to explore alternative means of locating the stuff that I needed to grow. Back at the ginseng tree, a couple of strong monsters appeared this month. They killed a few beetles before they were defeated, so I increased the number of beetles defending it to 50. The treefolk and centaurs were relatively content, being like suburbs to the booming New Freaka. Yvonne and her group returned again for another round of begging, and once more I turned them away. And yet in New Freaka, it seemed quite a few people, elves, humans, and dwarves prayed at my subsidiary tree and talked about their issues. Some of these refugees had taken on the role of a priest, limiting and controlling the sessions each one had to talk to that subsidiary tree, even though I didn't respond. Strange, but I supposed faith was needed, even when one was a refugee. Some of these humans and dwarves had a culture of praying to the deity that controlled the land where they lived, even though they may not be a devout believer. It was an animistic kind of approach to worship the land, but it was charming. Special tree unlocked. Tree of Prayers. Tree of Prayers has a calming, relaxing effect on its surroundings, has the ability to passively soothe and comfort, comes with naturally calming background music of rustling leaves and wind. Oh, this was like that time Brislech and Wallen played hide and seek. Year 75, month 5, a massive tiger attacked my ginseng tree. It killed 30 beetles and managed to pull the ginseng tree out of the ground. Then Trevor alerted me to the sudden attack, and I killed it with multiple root strikes. Ginseng tree has been killed. Damn it. Well, the ginseng tree was still lying on the ground, but it was dead. This fragile little thing. I later had Laufen brew it into a soup using tiger meat and ginseng, kind of like traditional Asian herbal soups. I had Jura, Laufen, Emil, and Belle eat and drink the soup. Apparently it tasted like roots. They reported feeling strange but nothing else. Maybe not so quickly, or perhaps the ginseng was too young. Year 75, month 5, week 2, Y Vaughn came and begged for something again. This time it was for us to create grapes, the harvestable crops, grapes, and the idea was that they would make wine with it to raise enough money to pay the terms of their truce. Good idea, really. So what's the offer? My soul. I am marked for death anyway, so take my soul. A soul for a vineyard of grapes. It was quite a good deal. 50 grape trees, I said. Only 50 confirmed grape trees, and I will use my abilities to boost a dedicated patch of land of 4 acres for grapes for the next 10 years. Your soul for a grape farm. One of her advisors shook her head. No, it's too little. How about 10 acres? Yvonne asked. 12 acres then, but I get a 10% cut of all wine sales, I returned. Okay, the deal was done. Spiritual contract barter completed. The denizens of New Freaka would build the necessary grape trellis for the grapes to grow. As agreed, 50 subsidiary trees designated under harvestable crops to produce grapes, in an area 12 acres wide, the rest of it just ordinary grape vines, boosted by mine and Trevor's growth mojo. A wine industry in New Freaka, fairly innovative of them, wanting to make high-value items for sale. Level up. You are now level 123. Skill, reinforced defensive structures obtained. How was that supposed to be a skill I learned at level 123? Sounded crappy. Year 75, month 6T, he knew Freaka inhabitants worked fast, using the grapes produced from the subsidiary trees. The first batch of wine had been made and was undergoing testing and tasting. One of the senior leaders was an old man who was apparently a wine connoisseur and had skills in winemaking, wine aging, and so on. With his abilities, wines aged 3 times faster and were more resistant to spoilage. The timber farm produced a few varieties of fragrant wood types, and these were usable as wine kegs. Apparently, they could imbue additional texture and taste to the wine. I kinda felt sad that I was a tree now. When I was a programmer, I drank occasionally to feel better about my stagnant career. Maybe I should get them to pour some on my roots. I might still taste some. Though I doubted alcohol would have any effect on a tree. Year 75, month 6, week 3T, hanks to booming New Freaka. They were now at almost 15,000 non-humans, and more were expected. There was now a constant flow of merchants, and so the first set of the wines were given to them free as samples, for them to bring back to their hometowns and cities, hopefully to entice some nobles or wealthy merchants to support these products. In either case, this burst of growth meant Jura could sell the loot collected, and the olive oil could be sold once ready, the benefits of an active market. But we still didn't have enough money for the crystals to create the root-brain complex. How could a tree game or manipulate the economic system of this world anyway? Year 75, month 7 ith, an additional 2,000 normal trees added to the valley per month. I hit 20,000 normal trees this month. Thanks to this, it also triggered Trevor gaining a skill called explosive regeneration that he could use once a month. It allowed for a sudden regrowth of an entire section of forest that had suffered damage. The valley's trees were getting denser and wider, but really, Trevor providing oversight allowed me to focus on the big picture stuff. It was kinda like that moment where you could delegate menial tasks that one didn't like to a robot. The higher tree count also granted 2 additional artificial souls, but I had yet to think of what to do with them. I did have the biolab assistant idea, and going by the way Forest Mind helped tremendously in research, I suspected a biolab assistant might end up being an automated testing system, which was cool. It was like having a science officer reporting back with new stuff every now and then, kind of like those RTS games, where we would select something to research, pass a few turns. And ping, how about me? Oh, Mila. I sometimes forgot she existed since she went asleep often. Apparently non-physical souls like herself had the option of putting themselves into stasis or a sleep mode. You actively reject every idea I put to you, and you still ask me for opinions. I could use a secretary, but Trevor might get jealous. Or could he? I frankly had not understood the degree of sentience these artificial souls displayed. Because I really just like lazing around. I have done a whole lot of thinking, and this whole hero thing is bonkers. Maybe Max would be a hero given the choice again, but me, no. You have a sense of good and evil, do you not? The gods selected her, so she had to. Or maybe the hero power kind of messed with her mind a bit. It wasn't beyond the gods' ability to cause her to feel a strong compulsion to fight evil. That's because of my upbringing. I had great parents, but driving myself into doing hero things, all this fighting demons and monsters, no. I would rather be a bartender or an artist. Alexis would have been a teacher or a scientist. Too bad she's dead. Too bad they are all dead. Ah, yeah. Mila made a noise that made me think she was frowning. I wonder whether the rest of them, where are they? If they had a similar experience to you, maybe their souls are still drifting around. Mila paused. What? I mean, your soul got shredded and damaged so badly that you couldn't even move on to the next world. And somehow, you followed the familiars here. Your friends were there with you, so it would not be strange if their souls got shredded, too, don't you think so? Because they have no real attachment to this world, maybe they ended up just floating around or something. This posed some interesting thoughts about the nature of the fragments I received when these heroes died. What exactly was I getting when I got the fragments? Their soul, or something of an attachment or extension of their soul? Mila's spirit bobbed around in the soul realm. She did that when she was bothered about something. "What are you thinking?" I asked. "Can you make an altar?" she replied. "An altar? Yes, yes, an altar." "Oh, okay." I later had the elves do it since my ability to manipulate stone and rock was fairly limited. It was a simple one, created next to the site of the tree of prayer. Essentially, it was just a flat rock, like a prayer or offering table, with a few rocks stacked on top of each other into a totem. "Is there a priest amongst the refugees?" she asked. Where are you going with this? "I met a priest once who said that it was possible to offer a prayer to the souls of those still wandering to lighten their load to send them away. I'm hoping to pray to my friends' souls so they find solace and peace, so they go peacefully." I relayed the request to Jura, and Jura then asked Ivan. They needed some time, though, as there were a lot of new refugees and they didn't have a register of their respective skills. "You want to pray so they can move on, eh?" I asked. "Yeah, that's the least I can do to help them along. No, they are my friends. I wouldn't want to see their souls stuck wandering this stupid, war-crazy world anyway." "War-crazy, eh? You don't think so?" Mila sighed. Somehow, I heard that, even though she was a floating light. I didn't realize it when I was alive, but this world is obsessed with fighting. An output of the world they live in. Demons, monsters. If your world had creatures like this, you would invent weapons to kill them too. I wish it wasn't so. Bet plenty of people do too. Other than that, the refugees were doing surprisingly well. With the first crates of wine sent out for deliveries, it seemed they were making good progress on winemaking. I had to give them credit for their entrepreneurial spirit making such goods. The stalemate with the dungeon continued, but if the refugees asked for help again, I was gonna ask them to help raid the damn dungeon. They could keep the loot for the money, but I wanted the core. I had actually yet to decide what to do if I got it, but I knew I wanted it. Lausanne followed Jura everywhere these days, and even though Jura was initially reluctant to take her as his apprentice, her persistence and cuteness somehow won over his old man's heart. He was aging after all, and I suppose people mellowed as they aged. Tree. Yes. Jura jolted me out of my overhead valley vision. "Yes, it's Lausanne." "Oh, what about her?" She's not talented, but she keeps trying." "That's good. I liked hard work." "No, it's bad." Why?" Jura paused and walked a few steps around my main tree, took a deep breath, and then sat. "Combat or fighting requires talent. It is the way of the world. Learn to fight to your strength, not pursue an idol whom you can never match. Think about it. If you are good at fighting with a sword, you learn to fight with a sword. If you have talent to be a mage, you learn magic." What I am trying to say is, Lausanne's wasting her time by doing what she isn't naturally disposed to doing. But I don't know what else to teach her. "That seems kind of fatalistic," Mila popped out and said to me. "Do people of this world believe that they should only hone their talents?" Jura continued, unaware of Mila's comment. "Maybe I can test her for other things and teach her self-defense, but perhaps she is best suited for more non-combat chores like her mother." "Yield," Mila groaned. "So, Tree, can you talk her out of her silly dream of becoming a hero? She may lose her life pointlessly pursuing a dream that is futile." "Isn't she too young? How does one know of talent?" I retorted. "In most societies, by the age of 6 it is already possible to identify what one is talented in, and in Lausanne's case she's displaying a total lack of talent for fighting." I didn't like this conversation. At all. "Please, Tree. I'm trying to look out for her, so I think she needs to find something else to do, something with a better use of her time. One doesn't teach a fish to fly or a bird to swim. Lausanne's trying, and I too admire that hard work, but it'll set her on a path she is not meant to walk. Really. I'll think about it." I felt terrible even saying it, but I wanted to speak to Lausanne first, even though she was just a child. I wanted to hear her thoughts, and I thought it wasn't right. Just because one wasn't talented, it didn't mean one couldn't pursue their dreams. But I did recognize Jura's comment that if she was classed in a way that didn't fit her natural abilities, that was a bad thing as well. What do you think, Mila? No, the girl has the right to do whatever she wants, even if she can do better elsewhere. Yes, and can't you help her along? When Lausanne returned home later that evening, I spoke to her as she lazed on her bed. She had her own bed now that Brislech and Wallen had moved to New Frika, where they found work. Lausanne. Ah, tree. She rolled over and squeezed a bolster. How's your training going with Uncle Jura? It's hard, but I like it. Really. Do you ever wonder if you should be doing something else? You're really asking her, Mila poked in. I like it. I want to be a hero that can save everybody. A hero must know how to fight so I can protect everyone. Did Lausanne's experience with the reincarnated heroes spawn this desire to be a hero? Was it because she still didn't fully comprehend the nature of the hero's divine gift? I see, I chickened out. I just didn't have it in me